the chat, and we will start in just 1 minute, Joshua. May I, Joshua? Okay. So let's start.
Ready.
Okay. Welcome to today's Enoch seminar online colloquium on reading the New Testament within Judaism. I'm Gabriele Boccaccini, the founding director of the Enoch seminar. Together with the vice directors Kelly Bouch, Isaac Oliver, and Lauren Stukenbrook, and all the distinguished members of the board of directors and of our advisory board, we salute the more than 300 people who have registered to attend this online colloquium, and the many more who are following the live broadcast on Facebook, or in the days and years ahead, will watch it recorded on YouTube. The Enoch Seminar enters today the 25th year of its activities. Our gratitude goes to the many scholars who have supported our events in all these years. We fondly remember those who are no longer among us, but without whom our present would not have been possible. Dear friends and colleagues like Hanan Eshel, Shamariao Talmon, Harold Ellens, Larry Hurtado, Klaus Koch, Geza Zeravitz, Michael Bonner, Bilan Nizam, and more recently, Bob Kraft, Michael Nibb, and Paolo Sacchi. We are pleased to see our group growing, becoming, over the years, more and more diverse, with a growing presence of women and international colleagues from all around the world. We are particularly thrilled to see so many young scholars enthusiastically join our group. The future of the Enoch Seminar and of our field of studies is in good hands. Since 2001, the Enoch Seminar has promoted a conversation among specialists of Second Temple Judaism and New Testament scholars on the diversity of ancient Judaism and the common origins of Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism by organizing a long series of events and conferences. We are affiliated to the SBL, and for our activities, we rely on the support of the Michigan Center for Early Christian Studies and the Frankel Center for Judaic Studies of the University of Michigan. But we are not financially sponsored by any religious or academic institution. We live and act independently, only thanks to the generosity of our members. We do not require any registration fee for our online events, but I would like to strongly invite all those in attendance today and those who will watch the recording to give us a sign of appreciation by freely subscribing to our newsletter and giving us a donation of $5 or more to cover our expenses. We would in particular be thankful if you consider membership, which will allow you to be even more directly involved in all our activity. By visiting our website, enochseminar.org, you'll find the information, and Joshua Scott, our secretary, has just put on the chat the link that you need for donation or for membership. Introducing our colloquium on reading the New Testament, and now I share my screen. Okay? So, introducing our colloquium on reading the New Testament within Judaism, my goal is to give a survey of a status questionis, where we are and the questions we are facing now. I would like first of all to emphasize the dramatic change of language that has occurred in describing the relationship between Christianity and post-biblical Judaism. A gradual change that has led to a complete reversal from Christianity versus Judaism to Christianity and Judaism, and eventually to Christianity within Judaism. As we know, for centuries, Second Temple Judaism was seen as the theological enemy against which Christianity had to fight to affirm its novelty. It was the antithesis of Christianity, an inferior, decadent, and legalistic religion replaced by triumphant Christianity. When Second Temple Judaism became the background, the environment, the cradle in which Christianity was born, and the emphasis shifted on the relationship between the two. Today, we find ourselves faced with a language that emphasizes the recurring expression within Judaism, in order to affirm that the Jesus movement and its text, many of which will later be included in the New Testament, fully belong to the diversity of Second Temple Judaism. Let's now see this process in details. Raymond Martini's Pugio Fidei Adversus Maurus and Judaeus is only the most renowned evidence of traditional medieval anti-Judaism, a view that the Lutheran Catholic controversy of the Reformation only worsened, projecting the image of post-biblical Judaism as an obsolete legalistic religion, vainly striving for salvation, until it was replaced by something else, Christianity, a new religion based on grace. In the 17th century, however, the idea that post-biblical Jewish sources could be used to illustrate passages of the New Testament began to emerge among Christian scholars with John Lightfoot's groundbreaking work, Ora Hebraiche and Talmudiche. Post-biblical Jewish text became essential footnotes in any commentary of the New Testament. The method that John Lightfoot originally intended as a philological tool for clarifying the meaning of certain New Testament texts was gradually extended to encompass the entire period between the Old and the New Testament. At the beginning of the 18th century, Humphrey Prideaux transformed the age from Malachi to Jesus into a distinct historical period, the connection between the Old and the New Testament. Post-biblical Judaism became intertestamental Judaism. The interest of Christian scholarship in the religious life of the Jews at the age of Jesus Christ, as Emil Schurer said, increased in the 19th century. Neotestamentliche Zeitgeschichte became an established field of research. This did not translate into a more positive view of Judaism, but emphasized the need for comparison as a necessary introduction to the study of the New Testament. In the 1920s, Hermann Strack and Paul Bilberg completed a work that was the updating and fulfillment of Lightfoot's project, Kommentar zum Neuen Testament aus Talmud und Midrash. The Second World War and the Holocaust forced Christianity to reconsider their relationship with Jews and post-biblical Judaism. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the renewed interest in the Old Testament pseudepigrapha and Jewish apocalypticism suggested a much variegated and nuanced view of Second Temple Judaism of the time between the Babylonian exile and the Bar Kokhba revolt, as you already see in the Robert Pfeiffer volume. It was now commonly accepted that any discourse about Christian origins could not ignore a fair comparison between early Christian text and Second Temple Jewish text. And no discussion about the theology of the New Testament could ignore a fair comparison between the theology of contemporary Judaism and the rising theology of the Church. This suggested an even closer relationship between Christianity and post-biblical Judaism. It is no accident that the phrase and concept of within Judaism appeared for the first time in the study of historical Jesus to emphasize his full belonging to Judaism. The first major book ever to use the phrase in the title was Jim Chatsworth's Jesus Within Judaism, published in 1988. To underline the objective of his work, Chatsworth paired it with a second volume edited a few years later on Jesus' Jewishness. The connection between within Judaism and Jewishness was so established. The same language was then applied by John Taylor to John the Baptist, the immerser John the Baptist within Second Temple Judaism in 1997. Whereas John the Baptist and Jesus were now understood as historical figures belonging to Second Temple Judaism, in contrast, the religion and literature of the Christians remain outside because they were seen as expression of a faith foreign to Judaism. The situation has radically changed in the recent years. A growing number of scholars are now arguing that New Testament writings also should be viewed as Jewish texts and be read within Judaism. This change has happened as a result of two parallel trends. On one hand, specialists in Second Temple Judaism began emphasizing an idea already expressed by some scholars of the 19th century, notably Isaac Weiss, who stressed the common origins of Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism from Second Temple Judaism, and the fact that nascent Christianity also should be considered part of a Jewish diversity as one of the Jewish messianic and apocalyptic groups of the time. The absence not only of Jesus, but of the Jesus movement from the introduction to Second Temple Judaism appear now as an intolerable omission. This meant a radical break with the old introductions to Second Temple Judaism, that, like the 2000 Dictionary of the New Testament background, included all Jewish groups and sources except the early Christians and their literature. The new introductions and dictionaries of Second Temple Judaism, like the ones edited by John Collins and Daniel Harlow, the Herman Dictionary, and the T&T Clark Dictionary, edited by Goodner and Stukenbrook in 2020, now included all New Testament texts and authors. On the other hand, a group of New Testament scholars, notably Mark Nanos, John Gauger, Pamela Eisenbaum, Magnus Zetteron, and others, began exploring the Jewishness of Paul, emphasizing how Paul never converted, but like Jesus was born, lived, and died a Jew. He was a Torah-observant Jew, and his goal was not the destruction of Judaism, but the inclusion of Gentiles within the people of Israel. The first time these two scholarly trends met was in Rome in 2014 at the conference organized by the Enoch Seminar on Paul the Jew. There was a lot of common ground and agreement, but perhaps it was not accidental that the conference produced two separate volumes of proceedings, one edited by Mark Nanos and Magnus Zetterholm, titled Paul Within Judaism, and the other edited by Gabriele Boccaccini and Carlo Segovia, who had a slight different title, Paul the Jew, Rereading the Apostle as a Figure of Second Temple Judaism. In 2016, a new front opened with the Camaldoli Conference of John the Jew, organized by the Enoch Seminar. The volume of the Camaldoli Proceedings, edited by Benjamin Reynolds and Gabriele Boccaccini, Reading the Gospel of John's Christology as Jewish Messianism, presented the John Divine Christology, generally considered among the least Jewish elements of his thought, as an integral part of Second Temple Jewish Messianism. The Enoch Seminar organized other meetings on John within Judaism at the SBL in 2019 and online in March 2023. Inspired by the Camaldoli Conference, new publications appeared by Benjamin Reynolds, John Among the Apocalypses, and Wally Sirafesi, John Within Judaism. The Within Judaism perspective gained momentum. Many other books and meetings followed along these lines. Paul Within Judaism remained at the center of a scholarly debate with new important monographs by Mark Nanos, Paula Fredrickson, Isaac Oliver, Gabriele Boccaccini, Ruben Buhner, Matthew Thyssen, and others. I could not put in the slides all the many volumes, just to give an example of some of the publications that appeared during these years until yesterday. The Paul Within Judaism movement rapidly became more and more diverse and complex, as attested also by the publication of two collective volumes by international scholars. Paul Within Judaism, edited by Michael Baird and others, and The Message of Paul Within Second Temple Judaism, edited by František Abel. Both of them were the result of international meetings and conferences. After Paul and John, not unexpectedly, the Gospel of Matthew was next in line, thanks to a book by John Campen, Matthew Within Sectarian Judaism, and an edited volume by Anders Runesson and Daniel Gurner, Matthew Within Judaism. Even the less Jewish Gospel of Luke was not spared by the new revisionistic wave. Isaac Oliver published Luke's Jewish Eschatology in 2020 and led in 2022 in Rome yet another meeting of the Enoch Seminar on Luke and Acts within Second Temple Judaism. The meeting, the proceedings are forthcoming, generated a heated debate about the Jewishness of the author of Luke Acts, of which the book of Joshua Smith, Luke Was Not a Christian, represent another substantial contribution. More and more scholars seem to be willing to use the terminological framework in their approach to the entire New Testament. One of the most recent and comprehensive achievements is the volume edited by Magnus Zetterholm and Karin Zetterholm and Anders Runesson, Within Judaism, Interpretive Trajectory in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. It is the first attempt to bring together scholars who have independently worked on different New Testament texts. The goal, on one hand, is to include the entire New Testament in the same scholarly approach, and on the other, to promote the Within Judaism perspective as an international school that has the potential to reshape not only our view of the New Testament from a Christian corpus of Christian texts to a Christian collection of Jewish texts, but also the theology of contemporary Christianity in its relations with Judaism. Another landmark in the development of the within Judaism perspective was the international conference held in Palermo, Italy, on March 2024. The proceedings are forthcoming by the Decruted, edited by Marida Nicolacci and his Palermo team, with contribution by many of the most distinguished specialists in the field. So these two major events, the volume of edited by Karin Zetterholm and Anders Runesson and the Palermo conference, are the events that have prompted the organization of our meeting today, and also a new meeting that will be held in June. All settled? I would not say so. We are in a phase where the situation is still fluid, and it is not yet entirely clear how this new within Judaism perspective would develop, and where it will go, and where it will lead us. There are critical issues that needs to be addressed. Among them are the following. And here I've listed 5 major questions of areas of discussions. Other questions will be added during our conference today, our meeting today. We have to discuss theoretically what the phrase within Judaism means and what the phrase within Second Temple Judaism means. There is the concern by some, especially by some specialists of Second Temple Judaism, that the emphasis of within Judaism could undermine the emphasis on Second Temple Jewish diversity by reintroducing a monolithical view of Judaism. Certainly, this is not the case for most people that are working, but there is this concern. Then, of course, there is a concern about anti-Judaism. The perspective within Judaism cannot become an easy excuse to ignore the anti-Jewish elements present in the New Testament. Then, of course, there is the problem of the relationship between Judaism and within Judaism and Christianity. When we say that the text New Testament text is within Judaism, are we saying that it's outside of Christianity, that Paul was not a Christian, that Luke was not a Christian, or should we imagine a different relationship between Christianity and Judaism? Or should we consider that because of this, New Testament texts are no longer part of the history of Christianity? What is the relation between being within Judaism and the parting of the ways? A text that is before the parting of the ways is automatically a within Judaism text or not? 5 questions, the problem of ethnicity. How important is the question of ethnicity in the definition of a text within Judaism? Can a non-Jewish author write a Jewish text, or are all texts authored by Jews necessarily Jewish texts? Today's Enoch seminar colloquium is a prologue to our online conference in early June, which will also be devoted to the same subject and to which you are all invited. We have a long day ahead of us, 3 panels in which we'll focus on 3 different sets of questions. The first panel more theoretical, the second dealing with the New Testament, the third one with Second Temple Judaism. In each panel, a group of specialists will introduce the conversation that will be then open to all participants. We are a large crowd, I would say a very large crowd, from all over the world. And we like to listen to everybody. While I'm calling the first group of panelists to join me, I would like to invite all participants to use the chat for comments and questions. Our secretary, Joshua Scott, who I thank for organizing so splendidly this event, and I will be monitoring the discussion of the chat. Our goal is to include as many voices as possible in the conversation. The Enoch seminar is and has always been an open forum that encourages critical thinking and constructive criticism and dialogue among international scholars. We can now proceed with the first session of our colloquium. Thank you. We are now starting just on time, perfectly. Our meeting, I welcome the 6 panelists of our first section. With no particular order, we will start with Paula Fredriksson as the first panelist, followed by Karin, Magnus, John Barclay, Anders, and Katie. We are giving the possibility to our panelists in a first round to give an introduction, to express their view of the subject, answering the question about what does within Judaism mean, why it matters, expressing their view, and we are giving 10 minutes to each of them for a first presentation. After their presentation, the floor will be open to general discussion. You may raise your hand. You can write comments and questions in the chat. Please do it. It's extremely important that you do it. And we are a very large group that are already present in this, at this moment, more than 200 people in attendance. And this tells us a lot about the importance of the topic. So without any other further delay, I would like immediately to invite Paula Fredriksson as our first panelist to express her view.
Thank you. And thank you for that review of the development and evolution of this whole historiographical issue. I'm going to talk about Paul within Judaism and what I think that means. Paul declares himself to be a Hebrew, an Israelite, a Benjaminite, a Jew by nature, a Pharisee by interpretive commitment, and a flawless observer of Jewish law. He boasts of his own 8th-day circumcision, and he teaches that circumcision is of much value. He praises the giving of the law, the covenants, the promises, and the temple cult. He proclaims that Jewish law is holy, just, and good, upheld, and in this sense validated by the gospel message itself. That's Romans 3:31. Do we overthrow the law through this pistis? By no means. On the contrary, we uphold or establish this law. It is not the hearers of the law, but the doers of the law who will be made righteous. Romans 2:13. And the law itself leads to Christ. Romans 10:4. Further, Paul urges on his non-Jewish auditors a Jewishly conceived end of history, the resurrection of the dead and the establishment of the kingdom of Israel's God, about to be realized at the victorious advent of the God of Israel's Son, the Davidic Messiah. He exhorts his Gentile hearers to fulfill the law. He insists that they live according to idealized standards of Jewish behavior, chaste marriages, support for the poor, settling disputes within the assembly. He bases his teachings on the sacred scriptures of Israel, and he asks for contributions to take back to Jerusalem. Judaism, in other words, was not Paul's background or his heritage. It was his context and much of his evangelion's content. Such a listing of Paul's positive statements about being a Jew often summoned forth the what about citations to other texts. What about texts that say that the law brings death, that righteousness cannot be attained through it, that it belongs to an old earthly order of slavery, and so on. Paul within Judaism advocates see such statements as directed specifically to Paul's Gentile auditors, often as part of his hard sell against the evangelion of his law-observant competitors. The shift in the ethnicity of his auditors from in-group to out-group, in other words, accounts for his negative comments. This is hardly a new argument. Mid-20th century Scandinavian scholars Munch, Dahl, and Stendhal already made this point. More recently, Ryan Coleman has decisively established that Paul's remarks specifically against circumcision were addressed only to those who would still have had the option of being circumcised, namely adult Gentile males. In other words, Paul nowhere advocates that Jews should stop circumcising. He is telling his Gentiles not to start. This is in part because in Jewish tradition, as Dahl pointed out generations ago, Gentiles are saved as Gentiles. Beyond this, Paul's letters examined reveal that he exhorted his hearers to do much of the law, especially as adumbrated by the Ten Commandments. No other gods, no images, respect for parents, no coveting or lying, and so on. Some of these spelled out specifically in Romans 13. Paul's gospel was itself a Judaizing gospel. But Gentiles should Judaize, said Paul, only in Paul's way, katapneuma, and not katasarka. Only the infusion of Christ's pneuma would enable Gentiles to fulfill the law, to the degree that Paul holds them responsible for fulfilling Jewish law. For Paul, Gentile law fulfillment is the telos of Gentile pneumatic sonship. So much for the Gentile observance of some Jewish law. But what about Paul? Already in 1931, Schweitzer observed that, and I'm quoting him here, Paul himself, we must not allow his protestations that he had become a Greek to the Greeks to introduce any confusion on us, continued to live as a Jew. That's from The Mysticism of the Apostle Paul, page 196. I take that to mean that the essence of a Paul within Judaism perspective is that Paul himself was law observant. To interpret Paul within Judaism, de minimis, means challenging the old consensus that his gospel undermined the Jewish observance of Jewish law, and it means imagining Paul himself as continuing to live according to Jewish law. But what indeed does that mean? It means acknowledging that different Jews enacted their Jewishness differently. It means looking at law observance not as adherence to a body of translocal doctrinal abstractions, monotheism, aniconism, purity, but as a pluriform set of inherited practices. It means imagining Paul's own behavioral flexibility in his outreach to pagans, not as a breach with or a rejection of his own traditions, but as an expression of the energetic diversity of observance that characterizes this period. Accommodation was not eo ipso transgression. It was a register of the flexibility that characterized late Second Temple Jewish behaviors more generally, especially in the diaspora. Did Paul eat shrimp? No, but he ate with people who did. The thought of a law-observant Paul summons a lot of resistance. Why is this the case? For modern New Testament studies, the roots of this resistance trace back to the Protestant Reformation, with its construction of the true, that is, Protestant content of Paul's message, requiring the repudiation of law in the name of grace. It traces back to the 19th century's construction of Jewish particularism, instantiated by Jewish law, versus Christian universalism, the proverbial law-free gospel. It is supported by reading Paul's condemnation of pagan behaviors in Romans 1:18 through 32 as a universal indictment aimed at Jews as well, and by taking the so-called Jew of Romans 2:17 as an ethnic Jew, not as a rhetorically constructed ex-pagan interlocutor. It ends with the assertion that the burden of the whole letter to Gentile Roman auditors is a critique of Jewish practice. The motor of Paul's message thus becomes what he found wrong with Judaism. In this view, Paul combats not pagan gods, but Jewish law. The first sign that a Paul within Judaism perspective was making its mark was when it began to be attacked. The next phase of this cycle of measuring success is that it is about to be co-opted. Even those who argue that Paul did not himself observe the law will still do so under the rubric of Paul within Judaism. I'm thinking here of the first half of the essays in the recent volume by the same title, edited by inter alia Michael Bird. Even those who see the burden of Romans as condemning Jewish behaviors will insist that such a reading places Paul, quote, firmly within Judaism. Whence this insistence? I speculate that it has to do with somehow theologically authorizing the interpretation of an anti-Torah Paul that nonetheless resonates with the Old Testament, New Testament architecture of Christian orthodoxy more generally. A Paul within Judaism, even if this Paul repudiates Jewish law, in this view cannot be a Paul against Judaism. This view still gets to validate the old and abiding hermeneutic of law versus grace, Torah versus gospel. That's a lot of theological mileage. The reason to argue against such assertions is not because they are theologically usable in the modern context, but because they violate so much of Paul's ancient context. Paul knew as well as we do that the command to circumcise was given only to Jews and not to Gentiles. His gospel reaffirms this ethnic, thus religious, distinction. Paul's message of God's impending wrath against pagan sinners was motivated by his conviction that the ends of the ages had already come upon him and his generation, and the primary pagan sin was the worship of daimonia rather than the God of Israel. Non-Jews making a commitment to the Jewish God, the central demand of Paul's gospel to the nations was an expectation specific to Jewish apocalyptic eschatology. As Schweitzer again said, Paul's thought is dominated by his conviction that Jesus was imminently to return. An apocalyptic mindset does not require an antinomian one. To conclude, what does within Judaism mean, and why does it matter? I cannot speak to the larger question of other New Testament texts. I speak here only of the letters of Paul. And Paul is an easy case to make because he himself boasts of his Jewish excellences, and he himself was unquestionably ethnically Jewish, a Hebrew born of Hebrew parents. For me, within Judaism means keeping Jewish ancestral customs as a Jew. But keeping it how? It is hard, for example, to interpret Tiberius Julius Alexander as within Judaism. Philo's radical allegorizers, on the other hand, were indeed within Judaism because they held that their interpretation of the law adhered to the highest meanings of the law. Their behavior, in other words, was motivated precisely by the desire to keep Jewish law. But we have to be careful lest we stick the same label for the same reasons on Justin Martyr. That then begs the question of the role of the ethnicity of the author for the text in question. I leave that to the discussion of our colleagues in this colloquial second session. What is the value of seeing Paul within Judaism? Much in every way. For me, Chief among these reasons is its virtues in fighting anachronism. The anti-law Paul ends up too easily as a first Christian theologian, the founder of a new religious culture, whether he knew it or not. I doubt very much that someone expecting the imminent end of the world is setting up a new religious culture as an alternative to the one that he stands in and is committed to, and the one that he sees his God committed to, per Romans 15:8. Quote, Christ became a servant of the circumcised in order to confirm the promises given to the fathers. And Paul within Judaism respects the abiding and generative distinctions that Paul never makes between Jews and Gentiles. Is Jewish law observance for Paul a mere adiaphoron, a matter of no consequence? It is hard to imagine if nomothesia is one of Israel's God-given privileges, for Romans 9:4, and if Jewish law marks out the pathway to Christ, for Romans 10:4. But does Paul not fight against a general anti-Gentile ethos of Jewish law? First, I would point out there was no such general anti-Gentile ethos. And second, Paul was a diaspora Jew. Long before receiving his call, he, as others, had worked out how to live in intimate proximity to Gentiles while being law observant, by his own measure, blamelessly law observant, whatever that would mean. In brief, a Paul who stands within Judaism does less violence to a historical reconstruction of this moment of the movement. And a Paul within Judaism point of view allows us to coherently reread the letters of the only representative that we have from this moment of the movement, its first generation, which thought it was history's last generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think it was very important to start exactly from Paul within Judaism, because there's been the discussion about the Jewishness of Paul that has opened the path for a discovery of the Jewishness of the entire New Testament. So this is a very, very helpful introduction to our work. I want now to go to Karen for the second contribution.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for arranging this event and for including me. It's a pleasure to be here. Next, I would like to introduce my comments by quoting Gabriele Boccaccini. He says, "It would be unthinkable today, a study of the New Testament that does not include a thorough knowledge of Second Temple Jewish literature," end quote. This is quite a radical statement and a major change in scholarship that should be highlighted, I think. It's also an excellent summary of our program today that emphasizes the interdependency between the study of New Testament texts and the study of Second Temple Judaism. The trend among New Testament scholars to situate New Testament texts within Judaism was triggered by the insight that Judaism post-70 seems to have been as diverse as it was before the destruction of the temple, and that Jewish self-identity was fluid enough to have allowed for Jesus-centeredness as an orientation within Judaism. That is, it's intertwined with scholarship within Jewish studies. In turn, New Testament texts are now regularly used as sources for first-century Judaism, which in turn broadens our view of that phenomenon. In the time I have today, I would like to draw attention to a few things regarding the within Judaism perspective that have to do with definitions, distinctions, and clarifications. First, social boundaries shift over time and are contingent on historical circumstances. This means that the boundaries of Judaism in the first century were not the same as those of Judaism today. This may seem self-evident, but it needs to be mentioned in this context because it has implications for the within Judaism perspective and the way we use terms such as Judaism and Jewish. While Jesus-centeredness was a natural part of first-century Judaism, most Jews today see belief in Jesus as incompatible with Judaism. The reasons for this lie in historical circumstances and is perhaps best illustrated by a modern example, namely Israel's law of return and its amendment. To allow survivors of Nazi persecution to immigrate, the State of Israel in 1950 passed a law according to which Jews, including people with at least one Jewish grandparent and their spouses, could acquire Israeli citizenship. In response to claims to Jewishness made by a Jew who had converted to Christianity, the famous Brother Daniel case, it was later amended to exclude a native-born Jew, that is, a Jew according to Halacha, who adhered to another religion. The amendment declared that a Jew means a person who was born of a Jewish mother or who has become converted to Judaism and who is not a member of another religion. So this redefinition of Jewishness only makes sense against the background of the Holocaust and Christian persecution of Jews. Historical circumstances that have made most Jews think that Jewish and Christian are incompatible categories. One of the justices of the Israeli Supreme Court justified the amendment with the words, "Law follows life, and not life the law." So, because of this, or related to this, are three important distinctions that need to be made in order for the within Judaism perspective to be useful. First, I think we must be precise about the time period in the history of Judaism to which a text belongs. For instance, for the sake of clarity, we should speak of Paul within first century Judaism, rather than simply within Judaism. Paul's writings are obviously not within modern-day Judaism or within Rabbinic Judaism. So, to prevent misunderstandings and avoid imposing a normative view of what Judaism is or must be, we should be careful to define the time period we're talking about. Second, we must distinguish between the origin of a text and its reception. A given text may have originated within Judaism, that its inception is Jewish, but subsequently interpreted from a position outside of Judaism. Its reception history is within Christianity. Thus, it's important to clearly indicate the stage of a text's history to which we attach the label within Judaism. So precision and distinguishing clearly between a text's inception and reception are crucial so that placing a text within Judaism does not become an excuse for disregarding or explaining away its later often anti-Jewish interpretation within Christian tradition. Third, we need to keep the perspective of the historian and the believer separate. This is most evident when a group's claims to Jewishness is rejected by other groups. This was eventually the case with Jesus-oriented Jews, and in some cases Gentiles too, in antiquity, but it can also be illustrated with a modern-day example. Many modern Messianic Jews self-identify as Jewish, but their claim is rejected by the mainstream denominations of Judaism, again because of historical circumstances, as Mark Kinzer and Jen Rosner argue in the volume that I edited together with Anders Runeson. While a community of believers naturally has the right to define their boundaries, the historian should not take sides in such debates. From the point of view of the historian, as Shaya Cohen points out, and I quote him, Judaism is a relativistic construct of human beings, and no variety of Judaism is any more correct or authentic than any other, end quote. Similarly, Michael Satlow notes that self-identification is the starting point for any non-normative understanding of religion. Thus, the historian cannot judge the legitimacy of a group's claim to Jewishness and can only try to explain those claims and the reasons why others may not accept them. So, when pondering whether an ancient text whose author's identity is not known to us should be understood or placed within Judaism or not, a focus on the self-identity that the text conveys is important, as is that self-identity's relation to Jews and Judaism. I would like to end with two questions about our use of terms. Can we use Judaism when the texts themselves do not? And can a text be within Judaism without being Jewish? The latter is a distinction I would like to make, and I'm curious to know what you think. We have gradually learned to be careful, even with terms that do appear in the ancient sources, such as Jewish, Christian, church, and synagogue, which, if used uncritically, can imply false continuity. But what about the other side of the coin, using Judaism to describe something when the texts themselves do not? Using only the terms for self-identity that the ancient texts use may seem safe and therefore appealing, but it has clear downsides. Many of these terms do not mean anything to us, and they don't help us determine the text's relationship to Jews and Judaism. Let me give an example. The Pseudo-Clementine Homilies, an early 4th century text that goes back to the early 3rd century. And I know we're talking about the focus today is New Testament texts, but I think going a bit forward in time will actually help understanding New Testament, the issues with some New Testament texts also. So the Pseudo-Clementine Homilies use Theosebes as a self-description of Jesus-oriented groups, and Theosebeia to denote their worship. When you look closer at what this entails, a vision emerges that is within Judaism insofar as it reflects Jewish ideas of what it means for non-Jews to worship the God of the Jews. But the author doesn't call this Judaism, and he is addressing non-Jews. And perhaps the author himself is not even Jewish. I have called this vision Jewish teachings for Gentiles. Other scholars call it Christianity or Jewish Christianity. The author uses neither term, but we need to translate the self-identity terms to figure out what they mean. At the same time, the act of translation risks giving the wrong idea about the text's self-identity, such as calling it Christian, which the author deliberately, I think, avoids, so we shouldn't do it either. So can a text be placed within Judaism, even if we would hesitate to call it Jewish, because it does not represent Judaism for Jews, but rather reflects what Judaism teaches for Gentiles? For us, it's obvious that the Jewish people is made up solely of Jews, but the Hebrew Bible at times seems to include non-Israelites in the people of Israel, the Gerim. And I wonder if in antiquity some Jews would have been open to including Jesus-oriented Gentiles, for instance, within the boundaries of Judaism. So I end here where I began. Social boundaries shift over time, and we need to take these changes into account when we discuss whether an ancient text can be placed within Judaism or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these very interesting remarks. And now we would like to hear from Magnus Zetterholm.
Right. So greetings, everyone, from cold and rainy Sweden. I will start by talking a little about what the within Judaism perspective in a broad meaning is not. I think it's important to emphasize that this perspective should not be understood as an ideological position, but as a scholarly perspective. And this means that the within perspective in an academic context is not aimed at creating contemporary Christian or Jewish, that would be Jewish messianic theology. The purpose is not to counter supersessionism or to promote Jewish-Christian dialogue. The conflation of normative theology and historical scholarship should be, in my mind, considered a form of activism, and all forms of activism, religious or political, should be kept outside the academy. As is the case with the religious studies in general, the within perspective can, of course, be used in different normative theological or activist systems. Still, research, activism, and ideology production should, in my opinion, be kept separate. The fact that the within perspective is a scholarly perspective also means it should be subjected to critical scrutiny. The lifeblood of scientific discourse is precisely the critical discussion that drives scholarship forward. But it's essential that such critical discussions also takes place in the scientific arena. The fact that a within Judaism perspective may pose a threat to particular manifestations of Christian theology or is perceived to threaten Jewish identity is not a legitimate reason to criticize or reject it. The reasons why this often happens can, of course, be found in the history of Jewish-Christian relations, which has been complicated, to put it mildly. I think we need to be aware of the fact that the within Judaism perspective is an extremely sensitive area and is constantly influenced by extra scientific aspects, which complicates the discussion. Both Christian and Jewish identities are challenged and perhaps also threatened by research that problematizes a long historical development where there traditionally have been nice, clear boundaries. It's never fun when life becomes too complex. The most severe criticism has come from more traditionally oriented theological circles, especially regarding the experiment to place Paul within Judaism. But it would be a mistake to imply that representatives of a within Judaism perspective are free from various ideological considerations. So the within Judaism perspective would benefit from greater theoretical precision and a fair amount of self-examination. So how to understand the within Judaism perspective? I think the aim is simply to gain a better and more accurate historical understanding of the origins of the Jesus movement, its place in ancient society, its development, and its relationship to emerging Christianity. Since the majority of scholars, especially from the pre-Sanders period, based their scholarship on assumptions that have turned out to be incorrect, for instance, an early separation between Judaism and Christianity, and the legalistic nature of Second Temple Judaism, their conclusions can now be called into question. So in many ways, the separation between Judaism and Christianity motivates the emergence of the within Judaism perspective. Had Christianity never become a world religion that developed in contrast to Judaism, I'm convinced that no scholar would have reflected on whether the Apostle Paul should be understood as a representative of Second Temple Judaism, just as no one today would think of placing the Qumran community or Philo outside Second Temple Judaism. But at some point, or rather at various points in time, the Jesus movement ceased to be a Jewish phenomenon, at least from the perspective of Christian and Jewish leaders. It's clear that ordinary Jews and Christians found it difficult to understand the social relations between them should be avoided. But eventually, one can speak of a parting the ways where both Jews and Christians agreed that they represented different religious systems. Traditionally and largely for theological reasons, there has been a tendency in New Testament research to place the separation as early as possible. Jesus, too, has been perceived as standing in opposition to contemporary Judaism. Starting in the 1980s, and as a direct result of E.P. Sanders' groundbreaking Paul and Palestinian Judaism, we can see a gradual change where different approaches are taken to understand the Jesus movement as a Jewish phenomenon. And we saw that in Gabriele Boccaccini's presentation. What we now call the within Judaism perspective is the culmination of this process. Thus, the Jesus movement should, by default, be understood as a kind of Judaism, albeit in a new and a unique variant. The task of within Judaism scholars, as I understand it, is to consider how specific texts fit into this extraordinarily complex separation process and to reconstruct the social, political, and theological environment in which they were produced. Is the Gospel of Matthew within Judaism? Is Justin Martyr's dialogue with Trypho outside? And of course, what about Paul or the authors of the epistles of John? This, of course, depends on what we mean by Judaism and what period, as Karen pointed out, we are studying. But I'm sometimes amazed at the energy that scholars put into problematizing, if not deconstructing, the concept of Jew and Judaism. And don't get me wrong, defining the terms and concepts we use is crucial. Still, it's interesting to see how Jewish studies scholars can talk about the Qumran sect or Philo as different, perhaps atypical expressions, but of Second Temple Judaism. Maybe we could learn from our colleagues in church history. They relate to Christian and Christianity in an interesting way. It seems that church historians can use, for example, the term Christianity quite unproblematically, well aware that ancient Christianity was extraordinarily diverse and that it differs significantly from what we mean by the term today, which also is far from obvious. Nor do church historians seem particularly interested in problematizing the relationship of individual authors to Christianity. The church fathers are simply Christians. It's difficult to find discussions about whether Origen should be placed within or outside Christianity, even though his theology was considered so problematic that he was declared a heretic. Or Novatian, excommunicated by Pope Cornelius. The Cambridge History of Christianity suggests that even Marcion should be situated within 2nd century Christianity. So regarding the within perspective and early 1st century text, I think it's a sound methodological approach to assume that we are dealing with some expressions of what I think we can call Judaism, especially if an author expresses some continuity with Jewish traditions, regardless of probably his ethnicity. And this includes, for example, Paul, as Paula mentioned, circumcised on the 8th day, the member of the people of Israel, the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew born of Hebrews, as to the law a Pharisee. Sounds pretty Jewish to me. The burden of proof in his case is on those who wants to argue that he left Judaism, which of course is possible, but unlikely, even if his Jewish messianism strongly influenced his view of the Torah and Israel's relation to the nations. In the case of later texts, especially when a highly diversified Christianity actually existed, the situation is more complex, as in the case of the Clementine homilies, as mentioned by Karen. Here we probably need to work out criteria to say something about a particular author's relationship to Christianity and Judaism and take various mixed forms into account. The problem, especially in later texts, is that the choice is not only between within or outside Judaism. The main theoretical merit of the within perspective lies in the ambition to decolonize not least the New Testament text, that is, to liberate them from the interpretative primacy of the Christian church. At the same time, there must be a theoretical development. What does it mean that a text is within or without Judaism? When is it not? What does an author's self-identification mean? What do we do when this is lacking? Can a text be both Jewish and Christian? Finally, I firmly believe that the re-Judaization of the New Testament and other texts lead to more accurate understanding of the historical context in which they were written. Still, more work is needed, more theoretical reflection, which is why events like this are so important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are having a really an extraordinary rich debate. And now I would like to listen to John Barclay. John, your microphone. You have to open.
Could you unmute, please, John?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Gabriela, and for the invitation to be part of this. And thank you very much, Joshua, for setting everything up so effectively. And thank you to my colleagues for their contributions so far. Socrates once described himself as a gadfly. He had an annoying habit of asking awkward questions to unsettle what people thought they knew. The Within Judaism movement has something of that gadfly character in relation to New Testament studies, but today I will be the gadfly. I want to do two things. First, to press for clarity in defining what we mean by within Judaism, and second, to question the binary of Jewish or Christian that runs through this new wave of scholarship. I expect you to swat me away as a gadfly, but it's my job to keep buzzing in your ear. Ever since this movement started, there's been conceptual unclarity about what is meant by within Judaism. And after 15 years in operation, I think it is reasonable to request some clarity. The indeterminacy allows all kinds of viewpoints to claim this label, despite, as we all know, stark differences between them. But without some clarity, we will continue to go round in circles. There are some within Judaism scholars who would insist that no definition should be given. Second Temple Judaism was, it is argued, a diverse, fluid, and pluriform phenomenon with no normative core of practices or beliefs. On this view, Sanders and Dunn were mistaken in trying to identify the central features of what Sanders called a common Judaism. Second Temple Judaism covers anything that Second Temple Jews did or thought, including the worship of multiple gods, the undoing of circumcision, the disregard of kashrut, etc. If a self-identifying Jew did it, it was Judaism, and no one has the right to say otherwise. On such grounds, whatever Paul said about the Torah, or whether he practiced it or not, it was a legitimate form of Judaism. He confessed himself a Jew, so anything he said or thought was within Judaism. There are two problems here. One, it was not the case in ancient Judaism that anything went. As a social entity, it mattered whether what one did or said was recognized by other Jews as Jewish. And we know of cases where Jews were regarded by other Jews as beyond the pale. I've discussed examples of that in an essay on apostasy in the Jewish diaspora. Second problem. The label within Judaism uses a spatial metaphor within that is literally meaningless if there is no boundary to define what is within and what is not. Indeterminacy here threatens to render the enterprise little more than rhetoric. For that reason, many within Judaism scholars do operate with some definition of what counts as within. But the criteria I read are diverse. Is this about using Jewish discourse? Is it about Jewish ethnicity? Is it about Jewish worship, Yahwism? Is it about Jewish practice? In some hands, to define Paul as within Judaism means that he must have been Torah observant, Jewish in practice and not just in discourse. It's not clear how far that would get us, as one could always claim to be Torah observant while disregarding some parts of the Torah. But my point is this: is there some content, even if minimally defined, to being within Judaism, or is there not? If there is, what is it? If there is not, the category within Judaism turns out to be what is called a floating signifier. A floating signifier is a label that means different things to different people, but is of no analytical value. My second point. A common feature of the Within Judaism movement is its choice to retain, but to flip, an old binary between Christianity and Judaism. According to this binary, Christianity and Judaism are two mutually exclusive things, and the term Christianity is associated with what is not Jewish, even anti-Jewish. Thus, according to F.C. Bauer and his successors, true Pauline Christianity was from the start an effort to reject, abandon, and supersede Judaism. The strategy of the Within Judaism movement is not to question this inaccurate dichotomy between Judaism and Christianity, but to flip it on its head. If Christian and Jewish are mutually exclusive categories, to say that the first Christ believers or that the New Testament texts are within Judaism is to assert that they are not Christian. I consider the reversed binary to be as historically incorrect as its original form. Let's be clear about our terms. We use the term Judaism as an etic category, that is to say, a scholarly construct that we deploy whether or not our texts use that terminology. We all think that there was a phenomenon that we can call Judaism well before 2 Maccabees apparently coined the term Judaismos. Likewise for the term Christian. We are entitled to use it as an etic, scholarly constructed category to refer to discourse and practice that is Christocentric, discourse and practice that takes Jesus as Messiah or Christ to be the definitive act of God in history. Just as there was what we label Judaism before 2 Maccabees, there were forms of Christocentrism that we're entitled to label Christian before the terms Christianos or Christianismos were coined. They did not become Christian only when those terms were invented, any more than Jewish practice became Judaism only after 2 Maccabees. So here's the crucial point. For the first few centuries of the Common Era, Christocentrism and Judaism, or Christian and Jewish, are not binary opposites. One could be a Christocentric Jew with beliefs and practices that we might label within Judaism, and also simultaneously a Christian in this etic sense. In that sense, however many parts of the New Testament may be judged within Judaism, if we could define that label, it would be unhistorical to deny that they are, in the etic sense, Christian at the same time, not only in retrospect and not only through their later reception. To use Christian in this etic sense requires that we refuse to adopt the old binary that Christian means not Jewish. But scholars are quite able to define their terms and to clarify what they mean. The interesting thing about this Christocentricity is that it could be discoursed and practiced both within and outside the Jewish tradition. Paul adopted it as a Jew. He called it being in Christ or of Christ, hoping, of course, Paul hoping for the salvation of all Israel. Several things changed when this Christocentrism moved socially outside the Jewish orbit. In some cases, I think it's clear, from the mid-1st century onwards. And more things changed, more radically, when this Christocentrism defined itself over against Jews and over against Judaism. But the Christocentric reconfiguration of all identities, Jewish and non-Jewish, was present already in Paul, and it continued afterwards. We have to be very precise about what we do and do not mean if we call this Christocentrism Christian, but it seems to me both unnecessary and unhistorical to deny that for all the differences over time, there is a strong continuity in Christocentric belief and practice from the very first generation of the Jesus movement into the 2nd century and beyond. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, John, because this is exactly the kind of things that we need to hear, in order to clarify what within Judaism is. As you know, I'm very sympathetic with your call for avoiding a sort of binary distinction between Christianity and Judaism, to put one against the other. But we'll have, I guess, a lot of opportunity today to discuss exactly this point. Thank you so much. And now I would like to listen from Anders. Hi, Anders.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I have a bit of a cold, but I hope you will hear me anyways. Let me know if not. My take is a little bit different than John's, no surprise perhaps, but I really appreciate your comments, John, and I hope we can return to them in discussion. So, it's a holistic approach, a system rather than a technology. Those are the words on a shoebox containing a pair of running shoes that I bought some time ago. With slight modification, that slogan may fit quite well the current state of research on New Testament text as being formed and written within Judaism. What we are seeing is a systemic and holistic shift in reading practices related to these texts. A change so thoroughgoing that it disturbs the very way we speak, the terminology we use when aiming to make ancient sense, as Adele Reinhardt discusses in her chapter and as John also discussed now from a different perspective. We are no longer dealing only with individual technicalities or interpretations of specific passages in particular New Testament texts. The force of the theoretical claims of the within Judaism perspective is such that the language we use when we do history on these apocalyptic messianic texts as inhabiting the same theoretical and intellectual spaces as other contemporary Jewish texts and groups destabilizes centuries-old ways of knowing. What we see, of course, depends on where we stand, as feminist scholars have pointed out repeatedly. Our field is set in motion, as scholars have discovered in the academic landscape, new paths to the past, trails that have been overgrown for centuries. As we now shift our position, a colorful meadow slowly emerges, exposing a diversity of ways of being, many of which were known from before, but never fused theoretically and systematically into a larger panorama beyond the Judaism and Christianity divide. The within Judaism perspective indeed displays many of the characteristics of an evolving paradigm shift, I would say. We may be facing, as Gabriele Boccaccini writes, a decisive turning point in the history of research. Now, whatever we think of the label within Judaism, this is what it does. These are the kind of developments it brings together and feeds. Magnus Ederholm writes that in our attempts at understanding the past, I quote, "The within Judaism perspective is the thereto best theoretical perspective, and this is precisely why it matters," end of quote. This is the fundamental claim. The within Judaism perspective produces new knowledge and makes more ancient sense than traditional perspectives. This is also precisely why it may be subject to debate and criticism beyond theological or political preferences. But the historical does more than just producing ancient sense, I think. Through seeking voices not our own, we decenter ourselves, leading us deeper into the insight that we are not despite so many claims to the contrary, the center of the world. We're not the point of departure for ancient others in their meaning-making projects. And precisely for this reason, historical discourse offers us the opportunity to ponder deeper the significance of the fact that we need to share this world diachronically and synchronically with the other without domesticating them. And in this process, of course, we learn more about ourselves. But how do we get from outside to within? Standing in the present, looking back in time, when does something stop being something and become something else? Who decides when this happens and what is at stake? As Gabriele emphasizes, when we seek to understand the nature of the texts, we can no longer take as point of departure an identification of a certain set of ideas and practices we believe are essential to the definition of Judaism, and then compare this with, say, Paul's letters. The source material, which is diverse, fluid, and seemingly endlessly adjustable within the discursive context of Jewish ancestral customs, simply lacks a normative center that we as observers could identify as accepted by all. Now, barring such methodology, what would be the outcome if we instead asked, which ancestral customs, traditions, and texts do these Christ followers refer to as self-evidently authoritative when they construe the arguments that they expect their readers to be convinced by? Who else among their contemporaries in the Mediterranean world referred to the same customs and texts as authoritative when they aimed at convincing their addressees? Which ancestral customs are considered to work against God's plans for example, Paul's addressees, the nations, and crucially, which traditions are used to make that case? Which ancestral traditions and customs in the Mediterranean world nurtured ideas about an anointed king to rule Israel and the nations treated as two entities, one specific and the other general? Now, if Paul and the others had to identify the God of whom they spoke, what would they have called that God? And what does Paul's self-identification as an apostle to the nations imply about his understanding of the ethnic composition of the world and his own current location within that composition? Such questions seems to me to open up for consideration the nature of the wider context within which Christ followers formulated and communicated their messages. The point is this: the answers to questions such as these allow us to construct the general outlines of and name a category within which Paul, Matthew, John, Mark, and other texts written by followers of this specific Messiah define themselves, and which they understand to contain the rhetorical force needed to convince their audiences. This may be done then without having to construct a methodologically ambiguous ideal image of an authentic or fixed category against which to compare the content of the letters and the Gospels. Or to put it differently, the multiple variations of the ancestral customs we designate first-century Judaism are expressions of a recognizable theme, but there is no original, authentic, ideal, fixed, pure, or universally accepted authoritative melody on which variations elaborate. There is no starting point. We have only variations, and among these we find a number of apocalyptic messianic tunes. Some of the movers and shakers of these ancient messianic tunes, as Alan Culpepper recently argued in his commentary on Matthew, required non-Jews to become Jews when they joined the apocalyptic choir. Others, as Paula Fredrickson has argued, aimed to Judaize the nations while keeping them separate from Israel. While all of these apocalyptic messianic variants in one way or another engaged in ethnic discourse, I think it is the latter, Paul's vision, that eventually generates de-ethnicizing ideas and practices. Such de-ethnicizing developments were not unique to the Christ movement, but were part of a larger trend among several other ancient Mediterranean cults, such as the Egyptian Isis cult, which attracted large numbers of non-Egyptians. The difference that Christianity, if we use that term now, the difference that Christianity embodied, though, compared to both Paul and Isis worshippers, was the rejection of the very cause of the original attraction, the Jewish and the Egyptian. Christianity, when the very term was born, was inhabited by wannabe Jews with a twist, appropriating the Jewish God, scriptures, and eventually Holy Land. They rejected Judaism and claimed to replace the Jews themselves. Within Judaism became without Judaism. Christian identities were born in a hermeneutical undertaking where ancient Israelite and first-century Jewish apocalyptic messianic texts were collected and reinterpreted to establish a theohistorical lineage beyond the Jewish people and their Judaisms. And the rest is, well, history. It is in the midst of this powerful socio-theological matrix that the within Judaism perspective claims to enable prisoners of the present to escape the modern categories of Judaism and Christianity and envision a time when the texts themselves made ancient inception historical sense beyond them. In sum, as Magnus emphasizes when explaining what's involved in this research, I quote, "The within Judaism perspective is a theoretical position based on what is now known about Second Temple Judaism," end of quote. The claim is scientific and historical, not theological or political. Anyone who wants to engage it critically or constructively will need to employ tools tailored accordingly. And that brings us back to the shoebox with which we started, and on which lid it is written in large letters, "We run on science. Now you can too." Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anders, for your comments. And now, Katie, is your turn.
Right. Thank you all for such rich inputs. And now adding some to it, there may be some duplications, some new insights, and I hope there will be time for this discussion, as Gabriele keeps indicating. I think it was great that we were introduced to the history of what we now call within Judaism, and I will not repeat what Gabriele said. I would just like to note tiny few additions. As we all know, we are not the first one who claim to read these New Testament texts as part of Jewish traditions, and I would like to draw attention to some colleagues, scholars, who are often left out of this recollection. I would like to mention Abraham Geiger, who in the 19th century already located Jesus firmly within Jewish tradition. Zacharias Frankel, at the same time, recognized the relevance of aspects of what we now call Second Temple Judaism and published studies in the Septuagint. And Leo Beck not only wrote about Paul and the Pharisees, but also about the Gospels as documents of Jewish history. I think these colleagues need to be part of our historical recollection, and maybe sometimes somebody writes a PhD about this. I would also like to mention my friend Eckhard Stegemann, whose house I sit, who in 1981 published his Habilitationsschrift, no, submitted, he never published it, his Habilitationsschrift on Romans, arguing that the addressees were Gentiles and Gentiles only, and that Paul in his letter fought against incipient supersessionism in Rome. And by the way, Bill, my husband, Bill Campbell, sits beside me. He has written the first full-length commentary on a New Testament book, the letter to the Romans, from the within perspective, just not to forget. Now on the topic. For me, reading the New Testament text as text of their context and time, that is their Jewish location at the time of the first century, with all its socio-political implications, is a consequence of the recognition of changes that not only happened in New Testament studies, but as part of paradigm changes, which in my recollection started in the early 70s of last century. And I don't just mean E.P. Sanders, but I mean the paradigm changes in the disciplines of history and cultural anthropology in particular. The within perspective is the logical consequence, in my view, of the recognition that history is not a recollection of names and deeds of so-called great white male leaders and their political stances or battles, but of the lives of people, that is men, women, children in their everyday lives, in their everyday social and cultural contexts. How did they eat and wash and travel, etc.? It is the relevance of the lives of peoples embodied and thus particular that changed the discipline of history. And thus the within school, which looks historically at the emergence of what we now call Christianity, is part of this paradigm change. So I think, and although I think now against Magnus, it is not possible to find out wie es eigentlich gewesen ist, to quote Ranke again, because hermeneutical presuppositions of today do shape our interpretation of the sources, consciously or not, as feminist scholars, Anders mentioned it already, did not get tired to emphasize, and I would like to emphasize it again, so we don't forget. But to say that Christianity as a separate religion did not exist yet when the texts that now are part of the New Testament were composed seems to be rather clear beyond doubt. I'm not saying there are no Christocentric texts, to agree with John Barclay, but the term Christianity in that sense, as an opposition to Judaism, did not exist. To me, then, it seems almost anachronistic to consider any literature and tradition which is located in the geographical and sociocultural space of Jewish traditions as anything else but Jewish. The traditions which eventually led some Jews to see in Jesus a messianic figure associated with messianic events were Jewish in the first century. Hence, how could a movement that was nothing but embedded in this realm, socially, physically, in terms of its symbolic universe, be anything else than Jewish? For a moment, I consciously avoid the term Judaism at this point, as it might lead to anachronistic assumptions. We are not talking about being within or outside a religion. We are talking about traditions that are bound to the God of Israel as perceived by people who they identified as Jews in the first century, and in the wake of the Christ event, also by people who were not Jews. How and in what ways, with what practices is this association connected? It can be very different. Obviously, we heard that already. But I think the key issue was this belonging, and in theory, at least, exclusively worshipping this particular God. I know practice differed. It is not a matter of black and white, what it means to exclusively worship this one God. It's a gray zone. But the aspect of belonging to this particular God was the central aspect, whether one was a Christ follower or not. This, in my view, marks what we might today ethically call Judaism. In that sense, the within question is not so much a question of where the boundary of being within or the essence of this tradition is to be located, as is now sometimes assumed. It is a question of belonging. And all the texts that as part of the Christian canon are, as part of what in the Christian canon has become the New Testament, all of these texts are on the side of belonging to the one God of Israel, no matter who wrote them. Nobody who was not on this side of belonging has written such a text. In my view, it is thus futile to seek for indication as to where the boundary between in and out in that sense can be drawn, because they all express belonging to the one God of Israel, with the particular aspect through Christ or in relation to this Christ event or with implications drawn from this Christ event. The implication of these convictions needed to be worked out, since in the view of those who saw in Jesus the Christ or the Messiah included the crossing of the line to belong to the God of Israel exclusively by non-Jews. This crossing of the line, that non-Jews now also belong to this God, and I mean as full members and not as associates or proselytes or as God-fearers, this aspect was the innovative notion, but not in the sense that it has never been thought of before, but in the sense that it was now actualized. So these Christ followers, Jewish and non-Jewish, thought with this Messiah, Christ Jesus, Messianic time was inaugurated, and in that sense, something changed, especially for the non-Jews, in their everyday life. The line is drawn between belonging to this God as non-Jews from the nations or as Jews, but not between Jews and Christ followers. The line is drawn between all those who belong to this one God in the first century. So, just as a side, I stumbled over the title of our event today, Reading the New Testament within Judaism. I could not subscribe to that title because the New Testament, in my view, is not within Judaism. It is a Christian book. The texts that form the New Testament, in my view, are within Judaism, if we want to use that term. And I think this is an important distinction, also when we talk to outsiders or try to explain what we are on about. So that would be my suggestion for the title of our event, or if we publish again, it is the texts of the New Testament that we locate there. Now, why does it matter? As noted, insights of the Within School, especially concerning Pauline texts, impact significantly on Christian doctrine and so-called normative Christian theology. I fully agree with Magnus and others that academic research has to be conducted independent or as independent as possible of doctrinal concerns. I, for my part, consider it extremely important, however, to consider the implications of these historical insights of the Within School, also in relation to so-called normative theology. And Bill and I have contributed a chapter in the Within volume we're talking about this. Since anti-Judaism was and still is inscribed in some ways or another into Christian theological statements, based on previous scriptural and specifically Pauline interpretation, I cannot see how interpretations based on the caricature of Jewish traditions should continue to be the basis of normative theology, since it was not merely scriptural interpretations based on distorted views of Jewish traditions that impacted on the Shoah, but core aspects of normative theology based on such interpretations. I cannot see how the negatively stereotyped Jewish traditions could continue to be at the heart of normative Christian theology. This is not just a question concerning Christian relations to Jews, but it is a core question concerning Christian self-understanding. Is Christian identity essentially bound up, and I mean today's Christian identity, essentially bound up with anti-Judaism? how the insights of sociocultural historical research impact on contemporary issues of religious communities, of course, requires careful consideration. History is not the normative parameter of theology, but it is also not without relevance for a theology that claims to be based on historical events. So in this respect, Anders' admonition is important. I quote you, Anders, "We should not treat our historical conclusions as ready-made normative food to be consumed in religious communities," end quote. But for Christians, these are issues that need to be addressed. For constructive dreams, for the futures to be dreamed, quoting Anders again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we had really a very rich and substantial discussion, and now it's time to open the floor for discussion. There are already several questions from the chat. I don't know, Joshua, if you want to give us a sort of idea of the kind of comments and questions that has been raised so far.
Yes, there are a lot of very interesting comments, and they're very long comments that have come in the last 5 minutes. So forgive me if I'm not going to do justice to everyone's comments. Ralph Corner had raised a question about insider language, specifically for Karen in Pseudo Clementine, about theosabasis. Also, forgive me for I have a cold. Ralph was wondering about how the language could designate an insider versus outsider. I don't know if you saw that comment, Karen. I'll mention several comments and then come back towards the end. There were several comments for Professor Fredrickson and Barclay about the question of Christocentrism and the connection to posterity. Alvaro Pereira Delgado, forgive me for mispronouncing your name, had asked this question: is it possible that the perspective within Judaism minimizes in our academic studies the possibility of recognizing a true novum or new development within the Pauline letters? Several people had responded to ask the question about what is the relationship between the text itself and the reception history and how those terms work. There were some interesting comments as well about Paula's presentation, specifically if is within Judaism possible if Paul only addresses pagans? There's this question about the groups and their ethnicity and how there can be one or more ethnicities combined together. There were several long comments, and I want to read one that dealt specifically with methodology, and then I'll open the floor to follow-up questions about these, and also I'm going to send some invitations to people if they would like to join in. Valera Nicole offered up two reflections on methodology that I thought were significant. Can we think of the within Judaism as tools that scholars can use to reconstruct the past more specifically and to avoid generalizing statements? This could somewhat lighten the pressure about the status of the within Judaism perspective. I also think that in terms of deciding when Judaism or when Christianity comes to existence or belongs to what's when, one can use some of the insights by Judith Butler and by post-colonial thinkers concerning purity and origins. Butler insists, in a different context, she writes, that a norm, what we can also think of identity, is created by the repetition of practices over time, which over time gives the impression that the norm or the essence was always there preceding the practices. If we focus on practices on who does what and when, perhaps we can move away from binary statements and also identity behaviors that repeat the norm a bit differently, which eventually could lead to separation. I found these comments really helpful to draw attention to several aspects that I heard within our conversation. The question about origins and reception, the question about time periodization. I thought a distinction between scholarly categories and ideological representations of specific groups played significantly. I also appreciated the term floating signifier. That was something that I think was helpful as we think about the relationship between the within Judaism term specifically and our scholarly consensus. The chat is blowing up, so I will stop there with my brief comments and welcome all of the panelists to look at the chat, but I would welcome follow-up questions. I'm also going to invite some of these people who have made these comments to join our conversation. So Gabrielle, I'll turn it back over to you for now.
Yes, if I may express before giving the opportunity to the panelists to make their comments, just to make a few comments. I must say that I agree with, personally agree with almost everything that was said. I mean, I don't have any particular problem. It was a very rich conversation. I think that we all agree that Christianity did not exist as a separate and autonomous religion from Judaism until later times. Second, I agree with Katie that reading the New Testament means to read the text in the New Testament because New Testament is a Christian collection of Jewish texts. Okay, the New Testament in itself is not a Jewish collection. We also agree that the early Jesus movement was a messianic and apocalyptic movement within Judaism. And here I would like to address the 2 points of John, because I'm very sympathetic. First, we certainly need more clarity. I perfectly agree. Why are we using within Judaism? I think that the reason why using within Judaism, which is a truism, I mean, if Christianity was a messianic movement, there was no point of stressing that it should be read within Judaism. Is probably because for a long time this text has been read as not being Jewish, as outside of Judaism. So saying that should be read within Judaism wants to correct a long tradition of interpretation of this text as if they were outside of Judaism. So we are now saying, no, they should be read within Judaism. So I think that there is a reason to use this terminology. And I agree with Karen that we should be very specific. I mean, within Second Temple Judaism, within first century Judaism, we are not talking of a sort of abstract category of Judaism. The second point for me is very important. I don't think we should overcome a sort of binary understanding of Judaism and Christianity. To say that a text should be read within Judaism, it doesn't mean that it should not be read within Christianity. The two categories should not be understood as mutually exclusive. I mean, the fact that we are reading a text of the New Testament within Judaism, it doesn't mean that this is not a text that belongs to the history of Christianity. So for us, the two terms are mutually exclusive, but this is not, it should be an anachronism to read this way, this binary. So this is an important clarification. I mean, sometimes we used to say, no, Paul is not Christian, Luke is not Christian, because it's in a sort of paradoxical way, just to say does not belong to a separate and autonomous religion as Christian. But I think that this is not what is meant with the within Judaism label. I don't know if Pamela wanted to join us, wanted to add something. Yes. Welcome, Pamela.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate that. This is a great conversation, and it sparked probably too many comments and questions of mine. So I'll just focus on a couple. I guess for John, I wanted to say that I think it's perfectly fine to use Christian in an Edic way, that scholars are entitled to use categories, labels, whatever, in order to make sense of something. I think within Judaism in general, originates as a corrective to an implicit anti-Jewish bias, both in terms of historical Judaism and contemporary Judaism. If we come to a point where that course correction is no longer necessary, maybe the term goes away. But I'd need a lot of persuading on that count. And could I just say one other thing nobody's said, I don't think, or actually maybe Anders kind of, it was implied, and namely that is, I do think the diversity of ancient Judaism has been overstated. So here, in other words, there has to be some sort of common thread that holds Judaism together. Otherwise, the label is pretty useless. And I think Seth Schwartz, quite a long time ago, made that point in his critiquing how things were spiraling out of control. So I'd just like to see boundaries can be blurry, but there can still be something coherent. What does Francis of Assisi and Mary Daly have in common? Are we going to say nothing, or is there something there? So that's probably enough.
Thank you. I would like now to open the floor to our panelists if they want to interact with what they heard from their colleagues. John, yes.
Yes, sure. I'm happy to respond to Pamela and to others. I think my only problem with the Within Judaism label is because it is so unclear what people mean by it, and as you say, whether there is total diversity within it or not, it threatens to become just a kind of rhetorical label rather than an analytical scholarly resource. And I think so long as it remains unclear, so long as it remains so differently interpreted by different people, it's not clear what exactly is being said, and therefore it becomes a convenient thing to say for rhetorical reasons, but without any possibility of advancing scholarly discussion. And in response to Anna's and others who say, well, it's about Jewish discourse. It's about which text you refer to, about which God you belong to. I mean, as you know, Anna's, every Christian church you go into today uses Jewish discourse. It uses Jewish texts. It uses Jewish themes. Are they within Judaism? Well, no, but if not, why not? So, the category that you use, if it's just about Jewish discourse, it becomes too enormous a category to be able to allow us any precision. Justin Martyr, Origen, Athanasius, they're all using Jewish discourse. Of course they are. The question then becomes, where's Jewish discourse matched with Jewish practice? And what is recognized by other Jews as Jewish practice? And when do assemblies of Christocentric assemblies of Gentiles who do not follow kashrut, who do not get circumcised, who do not keep the Sabbath, when do they become recognized by other Jews as not Jewish? When do they become recognized by Romans as not Jewish, as we see already in Tacitus? He doesn't think they're Jewish. He knows that the Christians in Rome have an origin in Palestine, but he doesn't think they're Jewish. That's already in the 60s. And that's because they don't practice as Jews. whether or not they use Jewish discourse.
Anders, you have
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I was initially going to say something completely different, but now I'm tempted to just give a brief reply to John's very good, excellent questions. Could I just just to clarify the use of discourse? I totally agree that that this is what happens in Christian churches and etc. And we shouldn't forget either the Samaritans and Samaritan discourses, which is also or discourses which are also directed to the God of Israel, but not Jewish. So we have like things going on here. But what I meant to communicate, and I've written a bit about, I think, is that if we go down to sort of the specifics, so what exactly, where does this not work anymore? I think it has to do with ancient discourses on ethnicity specifically. And that's why I mentioned the similarity between Paul and the ISIS worshippers, because ethnic discourse, like we could call it ethno-religious discourse, does work in Paul's and in Matthew's and in other New Testament texts, does work together with ideas about theology and people belonging, etc., in ways that it doesn't later on. And these there is in Paul a de-ethnicizing aspect, which is very similar to the ISIS worshippers. Lots of non-Egyptians moved to worship ISIS because that particular goddess seemed very powerful. And I think this is the same dynamic happening with Paul. But Christianity, if we use that term only for what comes after, like how we use it today, is something different, I think, because it sort of moves away from ethnic discourse. It treats it in a different way. It's a little bit like I wrote in that Judaism for Gentiles, I used the metaphor of Norwegian stave churches and what defines a stave church. And obviously, all of this is about communication and categorization. It's about language and how we understand the world. And in the stave church example, you can see that they are extremely diverse, but the use of staves is the center of the categorization. But the stone churches that were built about the same time, the 12th century, they communicate spatially with the stave churches. And so there is a resonance, but they are not stave churches. And that is why there can be a lot of interaction between Christian discourse and Jewish discourse, but there are some aspects of it that just won't come together, that makes Christianity something other than Judaism as we use language today. So that was a long... I really wanted to draw, very briefly, attention to John van Maren's book, because if we are lacking a tool with which to talk about specificities, he has, and it's also reviewed in Ancient Jew Review, if someone has that online. It's called The Boundaries of Judaism in the Southern Levant, 200 BCE to 132 CE. And what he does is that he applies the study of ancient Jewish ethnic identity through Andreas Wimmer's approach, an anthropologist, sociologist, of ethnic boundary making. So he has like a set of tools that he can apply to these ancient texts. And that makes it possible to debate and discuss. So I would recommend Van Maren's book.
Thank you. Karin.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is connected to, you said some of it, Anders. It's connected to what Pamela said and what John said. The problem that we have to allow for diversity within Second Temple Judaism. At the same time, I think we agree that there were some boundaries. But we also have to recognize we don't know exactly where those boundaries were. And I think we can also agree that the criteria of ethnicity, Jewish discourse or practice also don't work. What some scholars, including John van Maren, have tried to do is to highlight, try to focus especially when dealing with texts, maybe post-New Testament texts, that we try to focus on the self-identity of those texts and how that self-identity relates to Jews and Judaism. That's kind of one indicator. Do these authors see Jesus-centeredness in continuity with Judaism or in opposition to it, or in very different from it? Annette Reed has suggested something similar. I think this is very helpful. Yeah, I think I'll stop there, and maybe the question about the homilies I can answer in the chat, not to take up too much time. Yeah.
Thank you. Gabriella was making a comment that you. Are you still near the North Pole?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to say a few words. What I would like to say is bring in something that I have not heard mentioned this afternoon so far, namely that I recommend in this discussion also to include the Epistle to the Hebrews, the so-called third great theologian of the New Testament. And there has happened a lot of research in the last 25 years related to the topic we are discussing right now. And one could firmly say today that Hebrews is being read as a text within Second Temple Judaism. So this is the recommendation. Why do I say that? I think particularly what comes to mind to me is the quote of Jeremiah 31 through 34, where it's talking about the new covenant. And I think, and I'm very grateful to Kathy Ehrensberger for bringing in this distinction of New Testament text and New Testament book. I think in the Epistle to the Hebrews, something important happens that has given way to a transition from seeing or perceiving New Testament text within Second Temple Judaism as to seeing them as a corpus belonging to Christianity. And this diatheke issue there is a very important thing. And the other, perhaps, which could also be mentioned is that similar as in the Gospel of John, supersessionism or anti-Semitism is a very important issue in the Epistle to the Hebrews. It has traditionally been read as a prime text against Judaism. And this has been, I think, corrected in the last years. So I would like to conclude perhaps with that. All that we discussed today, in which way does that help to not abuse or prevent that New Testament texts are read against Judaism? Do we have, or do we get new tools or new concepts or methods that make us more efficient in doing so? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Katie again and Michael then.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Gabriella, for these important insights, and certainly we need to include that letter and that discourse as well. Just one addition to what I tried to say. You see, I think one of the differences that within school, whatever we want to call it, is trying to make, it's not that there is no distinction between Jews and non-Jews in this movement that refers or that expresses itself in these texts that we now call the New Testament. The non-Jews in the movement were never Jews and were not supposed to become. But the arguments that talking as a Pauline scholar now, that Paul uses to clarify for them why they and how they should not become Jewish, but be members of this movement under the Messianic umbrella without becoming Jews, in subsequent reception history are turned anti-Jewish, as if they were targeting Jewish practice, being Jewish per se. And there I see something is going astray. Not the distinction is maintained. These Gentiles never become Jews. They become Judaized, or should, but they should not become Jews. That's the whole point. but the arguments then are being used as in a binary way. That's where I see the binary conflict. Okay.
Thank you. Michael.
Thank you very much. This has been a very stimulating discussion. Going back to the question of the diversity of Judaism in the first century, I do wonder how much of the emphasis on diversity comes out of polemics involving the work of Sanders and the question of the new perspective as it relates to the old perspective and things like that. One thing that recent research is emphasizing is the importance of the temple for Jews in the first century, and notwithstanding, of course, the Qumran community, we all know about, in a sense, the exception that proves the rule. I wonder how much we would want to emphasize the importance of the temple within Judaism. And the way that relates to our approach to this question of within Judaism. Of course, it's going to raise questions about the epistle to the Hebrews, but I think this idea that somebody mentioned it in the chat, that for the early Jesus worshipers, the temple was irrelevant. I don't see that. Matthew 5, Sermon on the Mount, begins with a very strong statement right near the beginning about temple etiquette, if we want to call it that. We see the temple in Luke 1. We, of course, see the temple in Acts 21. We go on and on. I've detailed some of this in my book, The Historical Jesus and the Temple. So, you know, we could go on and on about this, but I do think that the question of the temple and its relationship to the early Jesus movement bears more scrutiny. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this is a very interesting, important point. Cecilia, you want to...
Perhaps I should wait till Magnus is back, because it was directed to him.
Okay.
He will be back soon. He just had to take our daughter to the train station. Sorry.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. He had to be out for a few minutes. I know it will be. I don't know, Cecilia, if you want to make a general statement.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you all for this wonderful conversation. I enjoyed it so much. Important issues. So this was a comment to Magnus. He said that nowadays we know that Judaism wasn't legalistic. And I was wondering about that term. I think perhaps we should avoid the term because it carries negative connotations. And I also would like to dispute. Well, we have talked about Judaism being quite pluriform, and there were certainly, well, from my point of view, I would say that in general, Torah observance was about following your traditions. You lived as a Jew because you followed the traditions you had been taught by your parents, and you were socialized into this milieu. But there were certainly groups who focused extensively on interpreting the Torah, the laws, and living according to them very strictly and intensifying them, expanding them. So, I don't think legalistic is a very good term, but that was certainly what they were doing. Perhaps they were halakhically oriented, as the Qumran movement was. So I wouldn't say that Judaism wasn't legalistic. It was, certain groups were more oriented towards halakha interpretation than others.
Yes, certainly the term legalistic is charged with anti-Jewish elements, because it was part of it.
Yeah, but it also it reflects a Christian perspective that observing the laws very strictly is something negative. I mean, it's I remember a long time ago, E.P. Sanders had a conversation with Jacob Neusner, and he sort of said, well, of course Judaism was legalistic, and that's nothing wrong with that. You know, so it's also how we look at this kind of strict interpreting and observing laws.
Okay. Other comment from our panelists or from the chat? I don't know if Isaac wanted to. Okay, Anders.
I didn't see any other hands, so I'll
Yeah.
I'll go back to a comment way up in the chat by John Collins on which moved in the direction towards institutions, and I thought that was a very good question because it also, when we talk about institutions, synagogues, where Paul and his people, like within the synagogue or outside the synagogue, etc., and that's a really important question, because then we have to define synagogue. What is that? What kind of institution do we have there? And if we do that in the diaspora, primarily as associations of different kinds, collecting different networks, then you could have like the Boat Builders Association or something like that. And if the patron god of that association was the God of Israel, well, do we define that as a synagogue? Well, we have to, in a certain sense. So it's an association, or a Jewish association would be very different in Rome in the first century, or in Corinth, or anywhere else. Richard Last has written about this, and Paul and many others. But I think it is the right impulse to ask for institutional belonging, but also emphasizing that differences in institutional belonging doesn't mean a difference in religious belonging. So you could have the Boat Builders Association having the God of Israel as a patron deity, but you could also have a neighborhood association with a patron deity, the God of Israel, through a messianic lens, and it would be the same kind of focus on the God of Israel, but different institutional settings. So I just wanted to point to institution and religion as two different kinds of categories when we talk about these things. I don't know if John wants to comment on that further.
The question of John was about the participation of Christians in Jewish institutions, in particular
I think it was John Collins actually who wrote. But
John Collins.
Yeah.
That's it. I was reading the question. Was essential about this, which goes together with the problem of participation in institutions like the temple. I think that Isaac, you wanted to add something about this.
Yes, greetings. About the temple, because that came up. I think we need to recognize the limitations of the temple cult, or the sacrificial system as it's outlined in the Pentateuch. There are many sacrifices in the Levitical system that don't have to do with sin, first of all. There are sins that can't be removed. I'm thinking of those transgressions that involve karet, excommunication, or however we want to translate that, capital punishment, that simply no sacrifice will do. There are plenty of other sacrifices that have to do with things that don't deal with sin, Thanksgiving offerings, free will offerings, etc. And so I think it's important to appreciate with careful detail the complexity of this sacrificial system when we then come to the first century and we look at how followers of Jesus are relating to the temple. They definitely are relating to the temple. And I would caution against seeing Jesus or even John the Baptizer as trying to replace the temple system. They're simply doing something that many Jews at that time arguably would have agreed the temple could not do, which is to remove the moral impurity of those sins that ultimately only God can forgive and can be purified only through some kind of divine eschatological intervention, as per prophetic texts like Jeremiah 31, etc., where it's ultimately God who has to cleanse the hearts of the Israelites for these sins that otherwise lead people into exile. So, once we have that once we appreciate that, we can actually see that many of the followers of Jesus are continuing to engage with the temple, with what the temple can actually do. And so, some have already brought up what's going on in Luke. They're praying when the Tamid offering is being offered in in Luke 1, where Zechariah is offering the incense at the time when the daily offerings were being performed. John and Peter are going to the temple per Acts 3, verse 1, business as usual, even after Jesus has been crucified, at the time when the afternoon offering was being presented in the temple. Likewise, Cornelius is praying regularly and receives an epiphany from an angel at the afternoon time of prayer, which coincides with these daily offerings. And there's much more. Paul coming at the end of Acts and accompanying Jews, followers of Jesus, into the temple to offer yet another sacrifice. So I think the temple remains central for many first followers of Jesus, and they understood its limitations like many other Jews did as well at that time. The sole difference, perhaps, was they believed that Jesus as Messiah had come to complement, supplement, let's say, rather than replace what the temple system was conceived for.
Yeah, thank you, Isaac. As you know, I agree very much on this on this perspective. I mean, it's very important that you reminded us. I would like still to give some of the panelists the possibility of reacting. Paul, I would like to add something. You are the only panelist that did not, and then I see also John wants to add something more.
Thank you. I've been distracted reading all these excellent comments and questions in the chat. I think one of them asked whether Paul would have worked through synagogues, or I think that's something like that. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, certainly he seems to presuppose some biblical knowledge on the part of his auditors in Romans and in Galatians. But also, I've been struck by how we keep talking about Judaism as if its primary locus is religion. And if you look at all these groups in antiquity as ethnic groups, otherwise it sounds like being Jewish is a job, that you have to, check off all these lists. I mean, there are foodways that articulate family traditions that are passed on, as Cecilia mentioned. There are calendars that shape time in a way that different communities do it differently. And there's also a lot of mixing. We have a pagan priestess in the imperial cult building the synagogue in Achamonia. We have Gentiles, whether Christian or pagan, showing up in Jewish synagogues up through the 4th century. So there's a kind of mix where the clarity of our terms, Judaism and Christianity, sound like such clear doctrinal things, even if we're thinking edictly. To collapse them into isms, I think, disguises I don't like fluidity, the give and take of the social movement of peoples in this period. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you. John, would you like to add
Yeah, just to go back to the question of the temple, because I think that's very interesting. Philo says that a key mark of being a Jew in the diaspora was to contribute the temple tax. He said Jews who never came to the synagogue week by week contributed to the annual temple tax, Jewish males, because he said they thought thereby they would obtain their salvation, basically. I mean, the benefit of their souls. So the interesting question for me would be, did Gentile Christ associations, if we call them that, did they contribute? Is there any evidence that they contributed to the temple tax? Even Paul, who I think is very temple-centered in his own perspective, he doesn't encourage contributions to the temple. He encourages contributions to fellow believers, Jewish believers in Jerusalem. But even Paul doesn't encourage Gentile converts to contribute to the temple tax. Did the author of 1 Peter expect the people he wrote to contribute to the temple tax year by year if he was writing post 70 and to pay the Jewish tax if he was writing post 70? That's how, you know, we know from evidence that's how you identified as a Jew post 70, is you paid the Roman imposed fiscus judaicus. Did Gentile Christ believers in the year, let's say 80, did they identify as Jews by paying the fiscus judaicus? Did local Jewish communities recognize them as Jews who paid the fiscus judaicus? I mean, that's the kind of practical question, it seems to me. That's how you show whether you're within Judaism or not.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. We are at the end of our session. I mean, we have an entire day to discuss. So, and I think we should have now our 50 minutes break before starting a new session. The 3 sessions are related to another. So, the panelists of the first session are invited to contribute, of course, also to the works of the other sessions and to continue this conversation. I agree with what has been said by many of us. I mean, this has been an extremely rich and substantial discussion, and we need this kind of discussion exactly to gain more clarity in the way in which you approach this problem. This is only the first stage of our conversation, and now I would like to have a break for 15 minutes, and I will invite the other group of panelists just to reconnect a few minutes earlier for some instruction, and to all people to be with us sharply at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Gabriele.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, and you?
Hi, Luis Jovel, how are you?
Doing great. Thanks so much. A great session so far.
Hello, Craig. Hello, Amy, AJ. Nice to see. Nice to see all of you. Great session, great first session. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, superb.
Yeah. We have recorded everything, so it will remain forever. No. And I expect also a lot from this second session, of course. We will use the same the order is a random order, so maybe Amy, Adele, Paul, Matthew, Isaac, Craig, Deborah, and Pierluigi. So we are okay. We have 8, so I will recommend you that you try to remain within your 10 minutes as a first round, because so that we have more time for discussion. Of course, feel free to intervene in the discussion as well as we did in the first session. Hi, Deborah. How are you?
I'm doing well, Gabriele. Thank you.
Yes. And of course, I mean, we have more than 200 people listening to our and another large group on Facebook. So we have hundreds of people that are following our colloquium today. So we are very pleased with the turnout and also for the quality of the discussion. I also would like to invite the panelists of our first panel, of course, to contribute to our discussion, to be part of the discussion after the first round of presentations. So this is actually continuation of what we discussed together in the first session. We'll be focusing in particular on the implications of the within Judaism perspective for the study of the New Testament and vice versa. Hi, Matthew and Isaac. So we will start sharply in 1 minute. I'm very happy to see that there is so much enthusiasm, so much interest in this kind of discussion. This will be also important for our future discussion in Rome, Greg, and also for our next conference in June. Adele, if I remember correctly, told me that they might connect a little bit later. So in any case, we start with you and AJ, and then with Paul.
Adele is here.
Adele, okay, Adele is here already. Good. So the order will be Amy. Hi, Adele. How are you? So the order will be Amy, Adele, Paul, Matthew, Isaac, Craig, Deborah, and Pierluigi. Try to remain focused on your 10 minutes so that we have time then for discussion. And of course, I would like to repeat my invitation to all people that are, to the many, many people that are present and attending our second session to use the chat as you did very well in the first session. I mean, we really had a very rich discussion, not only on screen, but also on the chat. Good. Isaac is here. Okay. Amy, AG, you're the first one. Okay, let's start our second session. The focus is on the implications of the within Judaism perspective of the study of the New Testament, and also the contribution that New Testament studies can give to the within Judaism perspective.
Thank you, and good morning from Nashville. Thank you for an incredibly rich and fascinating discussion this morning. I found as I was listening to the discussion, I kept changing what I was going to say. So I shall incorporate some comments that were made earlier this morning, both in presentations and in chat. I start with questions of ethnicity, which is Gabriela's number 5 of his question list. I'm concerned with labels, and for a couple of reasons. When we call something Jewish, well, I have had my own work listed under Jewish criticism or Jewish scholarship. And that's fine for something like the Jewish annotated New Testament, but I find it problematic, if not odd, for something like the study of women in the early Jesus movement, an article I wrote for Kathy Ahrensberger collection. So when do we start putting down those labels, and what impact do those labels have for the contemporary scholar? By the way, I do not find that same labeling in scholarship for Roman Catholic, Anglican, Protestant, or Eastern Orthodox scholars writing for a non-denominational press. The label implies certain concerns which may or not be correct. So as soon as we say Judaism, we're bringing up a host of ideas. We have yet to determine what exactly those ideas are. And the same point holds in terms of identification. For example, for identifying the author as a woman, if we know the author is a woman, do we see certain things in the text that we might not see otherwise? Along these same lines, what presuppositions or conventions do we bring to a text if we think the author is a Jew rather than a Gentile, or perhaps a God-fearer? So what happens on the practical level when we look at Luke? And I mentioned Luke because of Josh and because of Isaac and because other people are working on the Luke within Judaism model, or the author of Hebrews, here at Gabriella Gilardini's point, or any other text as authored by a Jew. How does a Jewish believer in Jesus think differently than a Gentile believer? And on this, I don't see any necessary difference. For example, if I think of Mark or Luke as a Jew, what do I see in the text that I do not see if I see the author as a God-fearer or perhaps a second-generation Gentile believer? So here the concern is to spell out the theoretical concerns on the practical level. Second, the within Judaism model can not only allow for what Gabriella calls a stone guest. Once the text is seen as Jewish, then scholars can claim, and in fact have claimed, that it is not by definition anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic. And there's a whole host of scholarship on the Gospel of John, to which Adele Reinhardt can speak better than I, about how as soon as we identify John as a Jew, the anti-Judaism stuff goes away. I find this to be problematic or not. First, Jews can be anti-Jewish. Second, within Judaism perspective does not preclude supersessionism. For example, the Mishnah, which I think is within Judaism, that's not really debated. The Mishnah is a supersessionist text over the priests. The Dead Sea Scrolls, which are within Judaism, no debate there, are supersessionist over the Pharisees. So at least when it comes to supersessionism, for me, the greater issue is hard versus soft supersessionism. Does the text consider that the covenant, whatever covenant, with the Jewish people continues, or has that covenant become a form of replacement theology only into the church? Second, to what extent do we allow authors to define themselves? And that question was raised earlier this morning as well. The author of the fourth gospel rejects the identification of Judaios. Whatever John is, John does not want to be called a Judaios. And I would make the same argument for Matthew, for whom the Judaioi are those who believe the Fakakta story about guards announcing that they fell asleep at the tomb. These points echo Karen Zetterholm's query earlier regarding whether a text that does not use the term Jewish or Judaism can be seen as Jewish. And I think the answer is yes, for otherwise pretty much the entire Tanakh would not be Jewish. Can one get out of the system? Well, here's another problem. Apostates are still Jews. They're apostates, but there are apostates. So here the ethnic identification complicates a tradition that's looked at as based on belief. And the question of belief gets me to my next question, which is Second Temple Judaism the correct term? Michael Barber has already raised the question of the temple. Jonathan Kaplan in the chat queried whether post-70 date matters. And I think that's actually a good question, since I think the impact of 70 on the followers of Jesus in the first century is minimal. And here I'm following Jonathan Clowens. The greater impact, I think, on the relationship between Jesus believers and non-Jesus believing Jews is probably the Bar Kokhba revolt. Karen has proposed looking at Paul as within first century Judaism, and I think that's better, since the term Second Temple suggests to me something that's pre-70, and it seems odd to me to claim a text that's written, say, in 90 or 100 or 120 to be part of Second Temple Judaism. That's just weird. It also presumes that Judaism was primarily temple-oriented. In other words, it's Second Temple Judaism. Which even before 70 strikes me as at best overstated. Yeah, the temple was important, but they had lost one, a couple of hundred years ago, and they managed, and the people in the diaspora are not temple-centered, even if they are paying the temple tax. That's a one-off. To focus on the temple implies a focus, by the way, on Judea and by extension Galilee, but it does not help us very much when we're talking about diaspora productions. Kathy Ahrensberger spoke about the geographical, cultural, or geographical center, but the presence of Jews in a particular environment, especially in the diaspora, does not make the text Jewish, although if it's written in Greek, we might call it Hellenistic or Greek literature. And finally, I'm still concerned about the term Judaism, because that ism bothers me. I do not seek to go as far as some of our colleagues who say that we cannot talk about Judaism unless there's a Christian counterweight, and then we can't talk about Judaism until something like after Nicaea. That strikes me as extreme. My concern is the ism suffix, because the suffix suggests some sort of belief system like Hinduism or Jainism or Buddhism, and not a people or a culture or a diverse set of identification. So Jewish practice and belief might be more helpful, although it's more wordy. The Jewish self-definition then and now was not Judaism, it was the people of Israel, or perhaps Jews or the Jewish people. It's not a focus on an ism part, it's a focus on the ethnic part or the internal part. Next, can Gentile Jesus worshippers, such as the people to whom Paul wrote, be seen as within Judaism? That's problematic. So is a Gentile believer embedded in a synagogue context, a phenomenon Mark Nanos has suggested for Paul's Romans audience? Is that person a Jew? And the answer is no. John Collins in the chat posed a similar question this morning, and Anders Runnison proposed a partial answer, but more on this needs to be done. Whatever these Gentiles are, and whoever they think they are, they're not Jews. Although we have that problematic passage in Revelation about those who say they're Jews and are not, I suspect these folks are Gentiles who are engaging in Jewish practice. And I think John is exactly right in saying they say they're Jews, but they're not. They're a bunch of non-Jews. Here, David Frankfurter has done some fabulous work. What, however, would be the difference in practice other than the condition of the male believer's penis, which is not generally on display? So if you have a Gentile who's following these various Jewish practices, could somebody on the outside say, Jew or Gentile? How would you know? Similarly, in the United States context, an evangelical Christian wrapped in a tallis, blowing a shofar and lighting a menorah is still an evangelical Christian and not a Jew. However, to John Barclay's question about whether non-Jews paid the fiscus judaicus, well, that's one way of reading Matthew 17, 24 to 27 on paying the temple tax, so as not to give offense. Could they have done so? Sure. In the same way that Jews could have, and in fact did, make donations to pagan temples. On this matter, side note, I actually wonder how many Jews paid the tax and who in fact was keeping score. The problem with reading all the texts in the New Testament as Jewish texts and not as text written within a partial Jewish context is that then everything fits the category Judaism. And here I want to go along with Pam and some others who have said that, maybe there are some boundaries. How does this work on a practical level? Is there anything that a Gentile Jesus worshiper cannot do that a Jew can do, especially after the destruction of the temple? Gentile men are not circumcised, which is a one-off, various ways. But how does this physical condition relate to daily life? We do not know enough about how synagogue life worked to determine what Gentiles in the synagogue do or do not do, although we know they can serve as patrons, as Paula has pointed out. With John Barclay, I am not sure on what constitutes how we define what Jews do, but I would also like to push on the matter of what the majority of Jews think and to allow them to set certain boundaries, like ethnic descent, circumcision, recognition as Jews by other Jews. Similarly, how do we speak about being a member of the people Israel? And we can see that problem in terms of boundary definition and insider outsider, with the strong push among a number of Christians to read Galatians 6:16 as for those who follow this rule, peace be upon them and mercy and upon the Israel of God, as insisting that the Israel of God are Gentile followers rather than Jews, or that when Paul says all Israel will be saved in Romans, he really means Christ followers. I think he means Israel. I think he means Jew. So the within Judaism perspective also has to have a within Israel perspective. Does the model demand qualification? So typically what happens, especially in the historical Jesus business, but also in the Paul business, is as soon as we locate somebody within Judaism, we start qualifying it. So Jesus is within Judaism, but he's a marginal Jew. Or to use Michael Barber's language, Paul the New Covenant. Why can't we just call them Jews? Next, I agree with Kathy that the New Testament is not a Jewish book, although books within it can be seen as within Judaism. Paul is within, but I have my doubts about the pastorals, the Johannine epistles, and even Mark and Luke. Matthew and John reject the label Judaios. Are they still within Judaism, or is John outside of the system, the reverse of being cast out of the covenant? We might here also use our within Judaism perspective to help us determine whether it is appropriate to see the New Testament as anti-Semitic or not. I'm not convinced that it is helpful to speak of patristic writers or modern Anglicans using Jewish discourse, a subject that came up earlier this morning. The Old Testament is not the same thing as the Tanakh. To use a text that was originally Jewish is not necessarily to be involved in Jewish discourse. So too, the high school student in Tennessee who reads Shakespeare, which is already a minor miracle, from a womanist post-colonial lens is not participating in British discourse. I find it helpful to look at the within Judaism perspective, finally, as a way of assessing a text on the basis of what we know about Jewish practice and belief at the time. That is, for me, looking at the New Testament within Judaism means how did the text fit within a Judaism that I understand, rather than labeling the author a Jewish text or the audience a Jewish audience. So rather than read the entire New Testament as within Judaism, with the implication that the authors are Jewish, and certainly not the target audience, they may not be. I think it's a scholarly heuristic, which is sorely needed given that we have not, until quite recently, looked at the New Testament in the context of broader Judaism as we understand it from the various sources of the time. So within Judaism, for me, is a scholarly perspective that we can employ rather than a label that we necessarily want to give to the entire New Testament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, especially for this last point that I think is very, very well made. Adele, you are next.
Okay. I'm sorry that I had to miss the morning. It was my, this is our first week of classes. So I was teaching from 8:30 to 11:30. And then I have meetings from 2 until 5. But
It's been recorded. It's been recorded.
I know. Oh, it's been recorded. Okay, good. I'll be able to go back to it. But it's interesting to me, and maybe not so surprising, that my conclusions are very similar to AJ's, but I come at it from a bit of perhaps a complementary perspective. And so my focus is on within Judaism as a category. I've been participating in various Enoch events on within Judaism, and also in the Gospel of John within Judaism SBL sessions. And I'm troubled by this label within Judaism. And I want to, so in preparation for today, I was thinking through, what bothers me about it. So I'm focusing on within Judaism as a formal category of classification and analysis. And I'm raising 2 questions. First, does within Judaism lead to novel insights that have not been available through other methodological frameworks? And second, is within Judaism the appropriate category within which to classify the entire New Testament, or for that matter, Jewish texts? Like AJ, I don't like the label Second Temple for everything because it's anachronistic, I suppose. It doesn't apply to post-70 texts. And it's temple-centric, therefore, Judean primarily. So I'm not arguing against the enterprise of trying to situate the texts that we're interested in within a broader framework, some of which will be Jewish. I'm really just concerned about this specific category within Judaism. And my comments are in dialogue with Gabriele's article that was circulated prior to the meeting. So, Gabriele, I'm not beating up on you. It was just convenient. You really summarized the field so well that it provided an important sort of dialogue partner for my comments. So the act of creating categories and assigning objects to those categories is fundamental to human cognition and intellectual development. It's also foundational for scholarly discourse and the institutions within which our discourse takes place. Universities categorize knowledge into disciplines, which are then housed in departments and faculties. Scholarly associations like the SBL organize their conferences by sections, seminars, and groups according to categories of interest and areas of focus. These scholarly categories may seem neutral and objective, and some of them are. I mean, we have a section on Johannine literature. Johannine literature exists. There is such a thing. But many of them reflect and also perpetuate specific views and ideas. And they also have rhetorical power, implying not only that scholars do, but also that they should classify the objects of their inquiry in particular ways. The act of classification involves comparison. We sort objects into categories based on their similarities to each other and to other objects that we've already included in that category. And as Gabriele's paper explains, patristic and later Christian authors placed the New Testament books into a category called Christianity. So these books were similar in some ways. They articulated a belief that Jesus was the Messiah, and they offered up the benefits and behavioral implications of this belief. And they also subscribed to supersessionism, a belief in the superiority of the category Christianity to the category Judaism. And in doing so, they created a system of binary classification. This is a thing in cognitive science, binary classification. Christianity versus Judaism. And so, as Gabriele said, the New Testament, as an expression of the faith of the first Christians, no longer belonged to Judaism. It had ceased to be Jewish. There's a zero-sum game. Either it's Jewish or it's Christian, according to those earlier scholars. The within Judaism approach reclassifies the New Testament books. They are no longer to be seen as Christian within Christianity, but as Jewish within Judaism. And this too is a binary classification. Now, Gabriele admits that studying the New Testament within Judaism doesn't imply that it should no longer be studied within Christianity. But in general, I think the tone of our conferences and meetings do imply that. So the reclassification from Christian to Jewish is justified in a number of different ways. One is that the New Testament books were all written by Jews and before Judaism was established. I guess that's two. And the other justification concerns the similarities of New Testament writings to writings that are already in the early Judaism category, including, but not limited to, Second Temple literature. The reclassification of New Testament texts as Jewish is a correction, in Gabriele's words, quote, a matter of relocating them in their original historical context, avoiding the anachronisms imposed by later theological developments, end quote. In referring to within Judaism as a novel trend, as the title of the paper suggests, Gabriele argues that reclassification leads to new insights into both the New Testament and early Judaism. And the structure of today's colloquium, I think, also makes that claim. Among other things, Gabriela notes that within Judaism, the within Judaism approach draws attention to the unexpressed, unacknowledged, but nevertheless existing bonds between rabbinic Judaism and patristic Christianity. It also establishes the Jewish identities of the evangelists and other New Testament authors and reframes their rhetorical projects, not as creating a new religion called Christianity, but as establishing different expressions of Judaism. From where I sit, some of these points are not really novel. The ethnic identities of the New Testament authors are discussed in every New Testament introduction, even if I don't think that we have an overall consensus, at least about some of them. The inclusion of the Jesus movement within early Judaism has long been urged, and the uptake has increased since, in the present century, but predates and therefore cannot be attributed to the within Judaism movement, in quotation marks. The field does not need a within Judaism movement in order to perceive and to analyze the Jewish elements and the Jewish contexts of New Testament texts. The points that are novel are highly debatable, and I think they are generated by the category itself rather than by features of the New Testament or other writings as such. And I just give two examples. Of course, the first is from the Gospel of John, not surprising. Proponents of the John within Judaism approach argue that what John is advocating in his treatment of Jesus' biography was a new expression of Judaism. As Gabriela's paper puts it, the Gospel of John, quotes, marks a stage in the development of the Jesus movement when they began to look at themselves not as a Jewish group among other Jewish groups, but as the only Jewish group that faithfully followed the will of God, while all others had deviated from the truth. They viewed their Judaism as the only legitimate form of Judaism, end quote. Now, I agree completely that John's unknown author and those whom he was able to persuade believed that their way was the only true way. But did they view it as a Jewish way, that is the only legitimate form of Judaism? I doubt it very much. On the contrary, and AJ has already mentioned this, the gospel rhetoric very clearly differentiates between Judaioi and Jesus followers, who are the disciples. The Judaios label is never, not once, used to refer to the disciples. The disciples may have been ethnically Jewish, but for John, they are not Judaioi, and the way that they follow is not Judaism, however we might define that. Of course, it's true that John accepts scripture and temple as important covenantal symbols, but his whole point is that there is a new way and a new group, the children of God, that now has exclusive access to the scriptures, the temple, and relationship with the divine. The fact that he took these identity markers from Judaism does not mean that his new way was a new form of Judaism. It was something else. This something else was not yet Christianity, but it was also no longer Judaism, much as we might want it to be so. My second point pertains to the rabbis and the church fathers. Did they really, as Gabriela's paper suggests, hide the bitterness of a family quarrel by denying even the memory of their common origins? I would counter with the question, did they have a memory of common origins? Did they see themselves that way? Again, I don't think so. We may see theological and historical resemblances, but I don't see any evidence that they did so. And here we enter into the fraught territory, the Enoch versus Enoch divide. In the claim that within Judaism as a category avoids anachronism, Gabriela and others are implying that it constitutes an Enoch perspective or close to one. That is, it describes how ancient people saw themselves in relationship to each other. Now, we do get some glimpses of how ancient Jewish groups saw each other. Josephus gives us a glimpse of how the Pharisees and Sadducees saw each other, and the Dead Sea Scrolls describe what the Qumran folks thought about the Jerusalem priesthood. But aside from the Gospels, which are far from impartial or straightforward factual sources, We have no knowledge whatsoever about what Jewish members and non-members of the Jesus movement thought about each other, or for that matter, about non-Jewish adherents, which would cover the church fathers as well. Can we truly say that rabbinic Jews and Christians were aware of the call of the bond that forever united the two estranged siblings, or that they retained the memory of the time when Christians were Jews among other Jews and their writings were Jewish writings? Were the parties in question aware of this bond, or do we in the 21st century just want to believe that they were? Even those who want to argue that rabbinic Judaism was not only aware, but to some degree shaped by Christianity, must agree that the evidence for this hypothesis is very slim, a mere drop in the vast sea of rabbinic literature. And so, within Judaism, I believe, is just as anachronistic as other approaches. Jonathan Z. Smith has famously described religion as a second-order concept created by scholars in order to be able to talk about particular phenomena. Within Judaism is surely the same. Gabriele's paper states that the goal is to include, this is a quote, to include the entire New Testament in the same scholarly approach in order to promote the within Judaism perspective as an international school that has the potential to reshape not only our view of the New Testament, but also the theology of contemporary Christianity in its relations with Judaism, end quote. I found this statement kind of scary because it's totalizing, you know, and an international movement, an international school. I think we're getting ourselves ahead of ourselves here, but maybe that's just my, you know, personal reaction to that idea. But I want to suggest, wouldn't it be more interesting and also more novel to blow up the categories of early Judaism and early Christianity altogether, and instead to include all our texts within a broader category of Greco-Roman or ancient Mediterranean society and culture? This would have the benefit of not siloing either early Judaism or early New Testament texts off from pagan texts, and it would allow us to see them all as participants in a diverse thought world in which they were both influenced and also influencers. This does not mean that denying the existence of Jewish groups, Jewish practices, Jewish things, nor does it mean denying that there were diverse ways of being Christian, and also that there are texts and groups and people that resist the binary classification of either Jewish or Christian. Categories, this is just to conclude, categories categories not only allow us to organize ideas, texts, and so on in coherent ways, they also sometimes force the objects of our study into places where they do not truly fit. And I think this gets back to AJ's point. Do we really have to go about finding ways to include every single book of the New Testament within Judaism? For Gabriele, quote, "Within Judaism is a powerful label. It is short, provocative, effective, and promises to revolutionize the way the New Testament has always."
Oddio. Frozen.
Read,
It appears
it's
Adelia
not
has
going
frozen.
anywhere anytime soon. I'm far more skeptical with regard to the revolutionary nature and also the longevity of an approach that requires all New Testament texts to fit in the within Judaism label. I think the within Judaism category has served the field well when applied to Paul and the Pauline epistles. The insight that Paul was and remained a Jew rather than a convert to Christianity, and the ramifications of this insight have indeed transformed Pauline studies, and for the better. And understanding that the Jesus movement was a Jewish movement is also important. But squeezing all New Testament texts into a within Judaism framework, and then reifying this framework into an international movement or international school may in the long run reduce our interpretive options and our scope by, paradoxically, downplaying the diversity, variety, and complexity within the New Testament itself.
Thank you so much. You gave us a lot to think about. Some of the questions that you raised were also discussed in the first session. And meetings like this certainly help to clarify what we really mean with using these categories. So let's try to move on quickly because we have still 6 people that need to talk. Paul is Paul.
Yeah, thank you so much. What a huge privilege it is to be presenting alongside my heroes and friends, especially AJ and Adele. Right. And so I'm going to be arguing that when you look at the Gospels and Acts within Judaism, what we see here about the tensions that these reflect intra-traditional territoriality. Thesis: from a socio-religious perspective, the Jesus movement, as portrayed in the Gospels and Acts, saw Jesus and his followers as an intra-Jewish movement, extending the heart of Mosaic teaching and Abrahamic blessing to Judea, Galilee, Samaria, and the diasporic world. Thus, it is a mistake to see Jesus or the writers of the Gospels and Acts as Christians only, rather than embracers and extenders of the truth and grace of Israel's loving God to the poor and the landed, northerners and southerners, slaves and free, women and men, Jews and Gentiles alike. Why is this important? First, it's a mistake to see the Jesus movement as the correct religion over and against Judaism. The tensions relate to how to be most faithfully and authentically Jewish, perhaps seeing the Jesus movement as what, a fifth philosophy? Would Josephus go in that direction? That outgrew eventually its parental origins. Or second, if with Bultmann here, we see the revelation, that which is of divine origin, and the revealer as challenging religion and its scaffoldings, that which is of human origin, we avoid the pitfalls of supersessionism and fundamentalism by not propping up what Jesus and his followers sought to deconstruct. Third, it simply is a historical fact that the parting of the ways did not happen all at once or universally, at least not within the first century, but happened sporadically and situationally over time, yes, at 132, but also beyond that, but not all at once within first century of the Common Era. With Joshua Paul Smith, whose book I published in the Brill series, Luke was not a Christian. What happens when we read the third gospel and Acts within Judaism? In my own essay in John and Judaism, a contested relationship, the title is the thesis, Anti-Semitism and Religious Violence as Flawed Interpretations of the Gospel of John. And the concluding section I entitle The Fourth Gospel as an Antidote to Provincialism and Prejudice, Christian and otherwise. So individuation did happen, though, eventually, but even so, Judaism and Christianity have never ceased being members of the same religious, Abrahamic, and Mosaic families, and seeing the Gospels and Acts of the Apostles within Judaism helps us appreciate the place of the Jesus movement within first century Judaism. So, whence the tensions? They existed precisely because Jesus was a Jew, and so were his followers, for several generations at least. After all, territoriality exists only between members of like species. 1. Jesus, a radical interpretation of the heart of the law and the ethos of the prophets as a liberal conservative. Here I'm building on the work of my Glasgow Dr. Vater John Riches, Jesus and Judaism, or Jesus and the Transformation of Judaism. He asks the Reimarus question, what was the goal of Jesus? Although with Cadbury, we might see this as the problem of modernizing Jesus. What if Jesus, according to Cadbury, was simply led by the Spirit as opposed to having a goal? But we'll leave that for another conversation. challenging external measures of faithfulness and pointing more personally to God's love and mercy as an appeal to the heart of Judaism, as Riches argues from the Synoptics. When we look even at John 5:42, the contention there is that those opposing the healing in Jerusalem on the Sabbath did not have God's love in their hearts. Maybe these were the issues as opposed to one religion against another. In other words, a true, authentic understanding of Sabbath and its value. So Jesus challenges Roman hegemony, and also Jewish nationalism and centralization, with a teaching on the dynamic and transcendent view of God's reign and leadership. That's what the Basileic interest in the kingdom is all about. Within the Q tradition, the heart of Torah teachings are argued by Jesus versus legal boundaries, getting at the heart of things. It's a radix, a root. It's a radical approach to understanding Torah. In the Synoptics, you have love of God, love of neighbor, the Decalogue in a nutshell. In the Q tradition, loving enemies, if there was a Q, loving enemies is also called for. And with Walter Wink's analysis, Jesus offers a third way against forced dichotomies. Even in the Gospel of John, we have an emphasis extending to community, loving one another, even amidst communal tensions. So here we have Jesus perhaps creating cognitive dissonance as a conservative and as a liberal, conserving the social teachings of the prophets. Cadbury had an essay which he did not publish because it might be misinterpreted by fundamentalists, arguing that Jesus was a conservative. In that sense, he was trying to embrace and further the social teachings of the Jewish prophets. So while enacting liberating inclusivity by healing lepers, embracing the unclean, dining with sinners, opening the temple to the people of the land, challenging purity and Sabbath codes. These are things that Jesus may have done to provoke cognitive dissonance as a provocateur, calling Judaism back to its best self. At least one can interpret Jesus and his mission in those types of ways. Here, I think we have to look at sodalities, the essential realities of Jewish values, as opposed to modalities, ways of getting there, cultic practice, legal codes, purity laws, nationalistic further, etc. Appreciate also Tom Thatcher and Richard Horsley's book, John, Jesus, and the Renewal of Judaism, furthering that kind of ethos, drawing in the Gospel of John. So I think that Jesus, obviously, was a Jew, and looking at Jesus from that perspective, trying to recover the heart of Judaism is the best way to understand at least the beginnings of the Jesus movement. Well, how about the Gospels? You have Jesus being, I think, the successor of John the Baptist. I like that language a little bit better than James McGrath's language, a disciple of John the Baptist, although Jesus certainly follows the Baptist movement, and the Baptist's disciples become followers of Jesus, at least in John 1. He proclaims the active reign of God, which also comes forth in the fourth gospel in terms of the leading of the Spirit, in terms of a dynamic activity of God's leadership. Healing on the Sabbath, again, restoring an understanding of the loving concern, the restorative value of Sabbath worship and rest. Jesus fulfills Jewish scripture in Mark, but especially in Matthew and John, as well as in Luke. Jesus creates a following, which is popularistic, which also threatens the Jerusalem elite, who turned him over to the Romans as a political sacrifice, drawing a bit of the analysis there in John 11 with Musa Dube's trickster analysis. So if you really have the Romans being threatened by the growth of the Jesus movement and its popularism, there probably was real concern about a Roman crackdown. And so turning Jesus over to the Roman authorities and even the statement of Caiaphas as an unwitting prophecy that this is on behalf of the Jewish nation and also the world might be a way of understanding some of those concerns there to avoid a Roman crackdown. With Barrett, John, I think, is the most Jewish of the Gospels. Explicitly, Jesus cites scriptures and is narrating as it is narrated as fulfilling a dozen or more biblical passages by the narrator, proving that he is the Jewish Messiah Christ. Implicitly, Jesus also fulfills typologies of Moses, fulfilling the prophecy of Deuteronomy 18, 15 to 22. This is the one whom Moses predicted would be sent by God, and look, his word comes true, showing he really is the authentic prophet. That motif doesn't occur in the later Christological hymns. I think it might be early in the Jesus tradition, perhaps even going back to Jesus' self-understanding. You also have Elisha typologies fulfilled, the raising of the lad, the feeding of the multitude. And so both explicitly and implicitly, the Gospel of John presents Jesus as fulfilling these Jewish understandings of what God's delivering work would be like. The Johannine I am sayings also connect classic images of Israel with Jesus as the King of Israel, the one of Moses and the prophets wrote, and his signs-fulfilled word confirm his divine agency. Not all the Jews, however, it's important to notice this as a fact, rejected Jesus, just some of the Judean elite. None of the general references to Judaism or Israel in the Gospel of John are negative. They're all neutral or positive. The Passover of the Jews, salvation is of the Jews, etc. John 2:23, many people there in Judea believed in Jesus. John 7:31, many of the Judean crowd believed in him. John 8:30 to 32, many of the Jews who believed in him said this or that. John 9:38, the Judean Jewish blind man said, Lord, I believed, and he worshiped him. John 10:19 to 21, the Jews were divided because of these words. In other words, there were divisions among the Judean leadership about whether to believe in Jesus or not. Things were not simply a one-sided movement against Jesus by all the Judean leaders. John 10:40 to 42, many believed in Jesus where John was baptizing. These were likely Judeans or Jews. John 11:45, many of the Jews, therefore, who had come with Mary and seen what Jesus did, they believed in him. And so here again, the Jews believed. John 12:9 to 11, the great crowd of the Jews were wanting to also kill Lazarus. They were concerned about the popularism of the movement. Many even of the Jewish authorities, John 12:42, believed in him. So tensions between the Galilean prophet and the Jewish leaders are there, yes. And post-70 tensions with local synagogue leaders are also palpable, but likely worship in synagogues on Sabbath and in Gentiles' believers' homes on first day is probably what we have represented in the later Johannine situation, which is where these tensions developed. With Jonathan Bernier, maybe Aposunagogos, maybe that originated earlier, not just later. With Chris Porter, you have social identity formation after the fall of the Jerusalem temple. So when the temple is destroyed, where do believers in Jesus, but also embracers of Judaism, how do they understand the place where God dwells? Maybe we have a transition into community, either within local synagogues or within first day worship among Jesus adherents. With Chris Blumhofer, the Gospel of John and the future of Israel. The point of 844 is not that the Jewish people en masse are children of the devil, but those who reject the truth and went to kill Jesus, adhering to the father of lies, a murderer from the beginning. It's those who went to kill Jesus, but you could extrapolate that of those who reject the truth or who reject the prophetic speaker of truth in the history of Christianity. They would fit that description as well. And you certainly have the Inquisitions, you have the persecution of heretics by Christian leaders as fitting to that category, not just one particular group. With Wally Serafesi, John within Judaism, John does not envision a parting of the ways between Jews and those who consider themselves Jews no longer. There's no break intended between Judaism and something other than Judaism. So I think that's important to keep in mind. Now, perhaps looking at the Acts of the Apostles, we see tension here.
Conclude because we are over 15 minutes. You are over 15 minutes, so could you please?
Just wrapping up. I think
Yes.
we have territoriality in the presentation of Acts, both in Jerusalem and elsewhere. Those are issues that we have in the book of Acts showing territoriality. So, in a nutshell, in getting to the heart of Judaism radically, Jesus and his followers were seen as too liberal and universalistic, raising questions about what does it mean to be a follower of the Jewish Messiah, which is why they experienced territorial tensions within first century Judaism. Thus, in the Gospel and Acts, we have an intra-faith set of conversations between members of like species versus inter-religious polemics. Thank you.
Thank you. Just let's move quickly to Matthew Thyssen. Let's try to remain on the 10 minutes. Yeah.
All right. Greetings from frigid Canada. As Adele mentioned, the winter term here has begun, and so I regret that I was unable to attend earlier due to an important faculty association meeting. Long live the revolution. But I'm excited by the way in which many of my thoughts resonate with the papers already given in this session. The title of this session of papers presents us with attention, and apparently it was already discussed this morning. What are the implications of the within Judaism perspective for the study of the New Testament, is its title. But the New Testament is, of course, a constructed text that is simply not Jewish. It's Christian. It's a Christian collection of 1st and 2nd century CE texts in a theological construction of what some Christians thought ought to be, what ought to constitute authoritative and sacred writings for those who proclaimed Jesus as Messiah and fidelity to him as Messiah. And it is a collection of writings that Jews who do not believe that Jesus was the Messiah do not believe is authoritative, even if they have in the past or do in the present find it interesting and maybe worth talking about or researching, as both AJ and Adele do. But the various writings that the later Christians placed into a collection now called the New Testament were writings that first came into existence at a time when believing that Jesus was the Messiah was not self-evidently mutually exclusive of Jewishness. And so, drawing on the language of historical linguist Ferdinand de Saussure, we might be inclined to distinguish between a synchronic account of the various writings that make up the New Testament as early Jewish texts, and a diachronic account of these writings, individually, but especially as a whole, as Christian texts. First, I feel as certain as anyone who works on 2,000-year-old texts can be that every writing that makes up the New Testament was penned by a Jewish author. These different writings, to run with the analogy evoked by my reference to Saussure in linguistics, make up different dialects of Jewishness, different visions of what it means to be a good Jew, a faithful Jew, or a righteous Jew, or different visions of reality that spring out of commonly, if not universally, shared beliefs among first century Jews. Referring to these forms of Jewishness as dialects is perhaps a different way of speaking of Judaisms, as Jacob Neusner put it, as opposed to Judaism, as the title of this session puts it. Judaism, as both AJ and Adele have noted, is of course an abstraction. But even if we prefer Judaisms, we continue to speak at the level of abstraction. Judaism doesn't believe anything, but Jews do. And Judaisms don't teach anything, but Jews do. Judaism doesn't do anything, but Jews do. And Judaisms don't have a mind to think or a voice to speak or a body to act. Individual Jews do. English is a language, but it is a language consisting of numerous dialects. American English is not British English, is not Australian English. And of course, none of these dialects approach the beautiful elegance of Canadian English. But even the dialect of Canadian English doesn't accurately capture all the idiosyncrasies of the English spoken in Canada. We could break it down by regions, Maritime English, Prairie English, etc. But at the end of the day, each Anglophone Canadian speaks their own idiolect. My 13-year-old son, for instance, speaks perfectly intelligible English, at least most of the time. But he has one idiom that actually he has a number of idioms, but one in particular that drives me a little bit wild. Whereas every other Canadian Anglophone, and I would hazard pretty much every other English speaker who has ever existed on this globe, ever, my son does not say, even though. Instead, he says, even that. Despite numerous efforts to correct this, he persists in this idiom. My son speaks the language of English, the dialect of Canadian English, but also an idiolect that is perfectly understandable, even as it differs from pretty much every other English speaker who has ever existed. At what point does an idiolect become a dialect or a dialect a language? And what is the breaking point? Linguists, of course, debate these boundaries and have come up with some rules, most of them, to my mind, pretty arbitrary. A dialect might become a language when more speakers use that language outside of its place of origin than they do inside of it. Or a dialect becomes a language when speakers of other dialects can no longer understand you. Or a dialect becomes a language when speakers of that dialect have enough social influence or power to claim that it is a distinct language. So it's socially constructed, which is something I resonate with. Or to put it in the memorable words of linguist Max Weinreich, a language is a dialect with an army and navy. Thinking about languages and dialects and idiolects in relationship to the New Testament and Judaism and Christianity. Prior to the rise of the Jesus movement, Jews were involved in all sorts of ongoing debates. Well, and after the rise. One of those debates pertained to Gentiles in their relation to Israel's God, Israel, and Israel's law. These diverging beliefs were at times in conflict and in competition with one another. And such differences could result in disagreement, even strong disagreement between individual Jews and rival groups of Jews. These were varying dialects of Jewishness, or at least a Jewish debate, within which were innumerable Jewish idiolects, different Jews, each with their own unique constellation of beliefs and practices. But these variegated convictions all fit within the larger religious tradition that we now refer to with an abstraction, Judaism, or early Judaism, or Second Temple Judaism. When we as modern readers encounter Paul's letters and we see conflict between Paul and others about how exactly Gentiles were to relate to Israel's God or to Israel's laws, we are seeing a particular inflection and extension of a much broader Jewish conversation. Different but intelligible dialects within Jewishness. Other dialects, of course, or other aspects of a dialect can be mapped along the lines of apocalypticism and messianism. And Paul and other Jesus loyalists fit within this dialect. They, however, added a distinctly new way of talking, or a new idiom, the belief that the Messiah had actually come and that this Messiah was identified with Jesus of Nazareth. And this new idiom or new belief impacted various points of the grammar of their apocalyptic and messianic language, in effect evolving into a new dialect. Within that dialect, we have various idiolects, Paul's being one of the most prominently preserved and hotly debated today, in our little circles. But we know, even from his own writings, that others spoke other idiolects. Paul disagreed with other Jesus loyalists about how exactly Gentiles in Israel and Israel's God and Israel's laws related to one another. When we turn to think about the New Testament diachronically, we see the evolution of dialects through time and space. Evolutionary paths out of early Judaism that result in two distinct languages, Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism, each with their own internal dialects. And we see, as Daniel Boyarin has argued, the smuggling in of borders and boundaries, not through, or at least not in the first instance, through armies and navies, but through other institutional forces of power. One of those forces was the bringing into existence of something called the New Testament, a collection of authoritative texts that is a new borderline or boundary. The creation of this collection itself forced dialect speakers to make a decision. Do the linguistic practices and rules of these grammatical rules of these texts have authority or not? In relation to the various texts that make up the New Testament, Joshua Jipp has argued convincingly that despite all their diversity, despite the various idiolects of each writing, they share one central thing in common, their messianic theology, that they share the belief that Jesus was and is the Messiah, and that Israel's God has raised this Jesus from the dead. I believe what animates many of us as we spend our time and energy on situating the various writings of the New Testament within and not opposed to something called Judaism is the hope that such synchronic work can inform and shape those who approach these texts diachronically as Jewish texts that have become Christian texts within an authoritative Christian collection known as the New Testament. For that, I think we need to keep broadening these sorts of conversations, inviting more voices to the table so that we can consider a greater degree of ancient evidence and from different perspectives. Adele, for instance, rightly suggested thinking of these texts within the larger Mediterranean world. And also in light of the modern implications in more thoroughgoing ways. And I look forward to seeing that happen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I already see from the chat that your metaphor of dialect language has been very popular. So you should be very pleased of it. Okay, we have 4 speakers still in our session. Isaac is next.
Greetings to everyone from the mighty metropolis of Peoria. I'm excited to talk about within Judaism, within the Midwest, which is also very cold. I have a cold myself, so I hope my voice will not fail me. Viewer discretion is advised. I'm going to first start briefly by talking about the question from the first panel, what is the Judaism perspective, and tie that with the title of the second panel, namely, what are the implications then for the within Judaism perspective for the study of Second Temple Judaism? Recently, I had the honor of serving on the dissertation committee of Fadi Mikhail. Matt Thiessen was actually the director of that fine dissertation, which dealt with Luke and the temple cult at McMaster University last month. During the defense, one of the dissertation committee members asked a question that is precisely the one we're addressing at this symposium. What does it mean to see Luke or Paul or any other early Christian figure for that matter within Judaism? Is it a method, an interpretation, a theory? What is it? The title of this symposium includes the word perspective, which comes from Pauline studies, where at first there was the talk of the new perspective on Paul, then of the radical new perspective, and now increasingly of the Paul within Judaism perspective. By now, I think that the assumptions and main propositions of those who embrace the Paul within Judaism perspective are generally known, although the recent volume edited by Michael Bird, Ruben Buna, Jörg Frey, and Brian Rosner, entitled Paul Within Judaism, has certainly complicated the picture, since many of the contributors to that volume do not subscribe to the main points of the originators of the phrase Paul within Judaism. In many ways, this controversy was inevitable. Ask 3 Paul scholars what they think about Paul, and you will get 4 opinions. When I was just a puny graduate student at the University of Michigan from 2006 to 2012, the phrase Paul within Judaism was not yet in vogue. However, the discussion of the relationship between early Judaism and Christianity in the provocatively titled volume, The Ways That Never Parted, was already generating a lot of discussion. And then there was Daniel Boyarin, who generously served on my dissertation committee. He had written already Borderlines and was working on his book, The Jewish Gospels. In addition, Gabriele Boccaccini, my advisor, had long ago argued in his book, Middle Judaism, that Christianity was, and in some sense still is, at least from the point of view of intellectual history, a Judaism, since it was, along with Rabbinic Judaism, one of the possible iterations that emerged from Second Temple Judaism. So I was already well-groomed to think of the writings and the authors of the New Testament as part and parcel of Second Temple Judaism, even if I didn't use the nomenclature within Judaism in my first book, Torah Praxis, after 70 CE, reading Matthew and Luke Acts as Jewish texts. I suppose the phrase as Jewish in the subtitle of my first book, reading Matthew and Luke Acts as Jewish texts, could mean the same thing as within Judaism, although I sometimes hesitate to use the latter terminology because of Boyarin's general reluctance to use Judaism at all to describe pre-modern forms of Jewish expression, since the term Judaism tends to become the victim of essentialization, reducing Jewishness to a set of religious beliefs and practices, a modern Western notion, if there ever was one. Nevertheless, the phrase within Judaism is gaining currency and is here to stay, at least for the time being. So I want to share what I think the study of the New Testament and other Christian writings within Judaism means. Personally, I see it as a thought experiment. The New Testament is all too familiar territory. Those of us who spend much of our time studying the New Testament are looking for something new in the New Testament. The proposal to situate these texts squarely within early Judaism, or simply to treat them as Jewish texts, has proven to be a promising, innovative endeavor, in my estimation, because of the new insights it has yielded. To read the New Testament writings or other early Christian documents as ancient Jewish texts may require a certain willingness, though, to engage briefly in what I'm going to call here the hermeneutic of credulity. By credulity, I do not mean that we abandon biblical criticism altogether, that is, the historical critical analysis of the New Testament. On the contrary, the bread and butter of the so-called within Judaism perspective has been the historical critical method, which involves reading the New Testament writings like any other ancient text in its original historical context. By the hermeneutic of credulity, I mean only that we initially, and I emphasize here the word initially, approach the New Testament or ancient Christian texts qua early Jewish documents, rather than initially assuming the opposite. I expressed this a priority in the conclusion of my first monograph by declaring that Luke is Jewish till proven Gentile. Rather than doubting Luke's Jewishness, questioning whether Luke properly understood Judaism, or assuming that Luke was even anti-Jewish, I began with the hypothesis that Luke's writings were early Jewish works and proceeded to read the Gospel of Luke and the Acts of the Apostles accordingly. In my estimation, this thought experiment has been very successful. Had I not initially thought that Luke was Jewish, I would not have seriously considered that the reference to their purification in Luke 2:22 reflects a Second Temple Jewish perspective that viewed the impurity of childbirth as affecting both the mother and the child. And credit to that goes to Matt Thiessen, who wrote about this in previous publications. But had I not initially thought that Luke was Jewish, I would not have taken Luke's presentation or redemption of Jesus, his presentation of Jesus's presentation or redemption in the temple, or Jesus' circumcision and naming on the 8th day, as not only accurately reflecting ancient Jewish practice, but also signaling Luke's unqualified intention to portray Jesus and his entourage as Jews fully committed to Jewish custom and to the Jewish people. Had I not initially considered Luke as Jewish, I would not have appreciated how the so-called parable of the Good Samaritan belonged to a broader Jewish debate in antiquity about the proper constitution of Israel, including the inclusion of the Samaritans, whose Israelite identity seems to be affirmed to the original Jewish interlocutors of the parable through the suggestion that the Samaritans are their neighbors, that is, Israelite neighbors. Without a preparedness to read Acts as a Jewish text, I would have brushed away the relevance of the question about Israel's national eschatological restoration in Acts 1:6 as a misguided or insignificant question, as indeed many interpreters of Acts have done, claiming that its author was not interested in such Jewish matters since he and his audience operated outside of Judaism. Had I not been initially prepared to read Acts as a Jewish text, I would not have appreciated how this work portrays Paul as a Jewish disciple of Jesus, who is called to proclaim the gospel and affirms without qualification his commitment to the Jewish tradition and concern for the Jewish nation. Instead, I might have viewed Paul's portrait in Acts as reflecting the ideal conversion of a pagan to Christianity, as one prominent scholar of Acts, whose name I cannot name here, has stated in his publications. And maybe just to go off script here, to connect with some of the previous comments made by some of the panelists here on this symposium, is it necessary to think of the author of Luke, for example, and Acts as being a Jew rather than a God-fearer or a proselyte in order to reach these conclusions? The answer to that, I would say, is not necessarily so, but in the history of scholarship, when we look at this matter, very often when Luke is approached as a non-Jew, the qualifications about Luke's emphasis, for example, on the circumcision of Jesus and John the Baptizer are mixed, or the observations about how Luke tries to situate the founders of the Jesus movement within Judaism are qualified or reserved. I'm thinking, of course, of some of the giants of the 20th century, such as Joseph Fitzmyer, Raymond Brown, and so forth, who say Luke he doesn't quite get it. He doesn't quite understand Judaism. Hence here he's mistaking about this. Or, you know, it's true he's saying that Jesus was named and circumcised on the 8th day, but we don't have evidence for naming Jewish children on the 8th day. So this is probably a pagan element that's being included into the gospel. And I could repeat many more examples. And so hence again, I come back to that motto of sorts: Luke is Jewish till proven Gentile. Of course, there is a danger here of falling into the same kind of circular thinking of the commentaries on Luke, Acts, and other New Testament texts that I've just referenced, who assume that these works are Gentile Christian writings and then find confirmation of their a priorism in these same texts. Thus, I return to emphasizing the experimental enterprise of reading Luke or Acts, or any other early Christian writing for that matter, as Jewish texts. The hermeneutic of credulity only offers a starting point for approaching early Christian sources. It does not represent the final or only way to perceive these works. In fact, the application of this hermeneutic may fail in certain instances, even as an entry point into early Christianity. Last fall, at one of the sessions of the SBL unit on the historical Paul, Benjamin White contrasted, quite convincingly in my opinion, the non-engagement of the Acts of Paul and Thecla with Judaism, with the engagement of the Acts of the Apostles with early Judaism, at least as far as the memory of Paul's Jewishness in these two works is concerned. Reading early Christian works as Jewish texts may bear fruit in some cases, but not in others. It has nevertheless contributed to new insights about early Christianity and in turn enriched our understanding of Second Temple Judaism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Very, very useful comments, also based on your experience of reading this text within Judaism or as Jewish text, as you say. Next, we have Craig Morrison. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay. we'll be together with many of us also for a conference at the Gregorian University at the end of February. We're very happy that you can give us your contribution.
Yes, thank you, Gabriele. And yes, I look forward to seeing many of you in Rome for an important meeting as we celebrate the anniversary of Nostra Aetate and this important document that the church produced in the 60s. So thank you for organizing the conference, and to Joshua as well for organizing the electronic part. I appreciated the articles that were sent in preparation for this symposium, and I am reacting to some of them. The question of reading the New Testament within Judaism, however we interpret the preposition within and the word Judaism, has important impact on Christians and especially on the teaching of the New Testament to future theologians and, more importantly, to seminarians, because their future preaching impacts on how Christians understand Judaism in antiquity and today. Even if Christian scholars are unaware of the nuances of the phrase within Judaism that have been discussed here, the phrase challenges Christians to recognize the Jewish character of some New Testament texts, or perhaps better, having listened to AJ and Adele, the Jewish background of particular verses, especially also having listened to Isaac. The issue of supersessionism is a Christian problem. This is not a Jewish problem. For some Christian preachers, as we know so well, the synagogue has been discarded in favor of a particular church. The Catholic Church no longer holds to this teaching. The covenant with the Jews has never been annulled or replaced, and symbolic gestures to teach Catholics this new approach include papal visits to the synagogue here in Rome. However, this is hardly enough. The Church no longer prays for the conversion of the Jews in any official liturgical text. Still, as many of us have experienced, this does not prevent Christians from publicly praying for the conversion of the Jews, though usually such prayers are not expressed in my presence. Such prayers and the supersessionist argument should give Christians pause, because the argument is at the root of violence against Jews, praying to God that the other, capital O, who is not like me, should become like me. And then what do I do when that other does not want to become like me? More worrisome to me is that our New Testament texts, a text sacred to me, is exploited for violent ends. Our sacred texts can never be used for generating hatred. And when they do, such hatred raises serious theological questions for Christians beyond anything we are discussing today. This is made clear in Zetterholm's statement, quoting his article. Those who claim that there is no connection between the anti-Jewish theology of the Church and the Holocaust, or want to relativize such a connection, are quite simply wrong. This argument is supported by David Nirenberg's book, Anti-Judaism, Western Tradition. Nirenberg draws the connection between the New Testament and the Shoah, an argument that many Christian scholars would not accept. Christian theologians and biblical teachers need to be aware of these developments in this colloquium today and recognize the need to change our language when Christians speak about Jews in the New Testament. I was struck by another question as to whether confessional schools and education establishments should be allowed to offer PhDs. Here, Zetterholm writes, quote, "Furthermore, I would certainly not deny any organization, political or religious, the right to have their own educational institute in which they can convey whatever ideas they want. I just question whether they should be entitled to issue PhDs." He is concerned about schools that can hold certain doctrinal positions, but it is precisely these schools that need to be part of the academy so that their ideas are held to a level of scrutiny. Excluding these schools from the academy risks restricting the conversation we are having today to the university campus with little impact on Christians in churches and especially on very subtle anti-Jewish teaching and preaching. Christian scholars today also need to acknowledge that the conversion of the Jews to the Jesus movement did not happen to any significant extent, and that Jesus' movement expanded among peoples whom Paul calls Gentiles. They accepted the Christian message. This raised a question for Christians, as we have seen in early Christian writers, including Syriac authors, who tried to deny the Jewishness of Jesus, which is utterly ridiculous, though Gabriel in his paper notes that Walter Grudman's racist Institute for the Study of the Eradication of Jewish Influence on German church life gained some respect outside Nazi Germany. That phrase truly jumped out at me, that it would have had some kind of footing outside of Nazi Germany. It's just shocking. There was a small group of Christian thinkers who rejected anti-Judaism before the post-Enlightenment scholars that are mentioned, such as John Lightfoot. Christian humanists such as Nicholas of Lyre, born in 1270, knew Hebrew and drew from Rashi and other rabbinic commentaries. Maestro Egidio was a noted humanist, known to us as Giles of Viterbo, master of the Augustinian order. He had a keen interest in Judaism and particularly in Kabbalah. He is also the patron of Targum Neophiti, that preserves Jewish traditions in a narrative form, a genre similar to the narratives of the Gospels. Other Christian humanists include Johannes Reuchlin and Derek Volkers-Kornhert, and perhaps Erasmus. It would be helpful for Christian scholars today to study this line of Christian thinkers through the centuries. Gabriel's article is important for Christian scholars because it sensitizes them to the subtle anti-Semitism cloaked in the academic language by some 18th and 19th century scholars. I noticed this in my work in the Biblia Hebraica Quinta, where the scholars in this period were far too ready to find scribal errors in the Masoretic text, never imagining that perhaps they were not able to understand this classical Hebrew phrase. Adele Reinhardt's article is instructive because it raises questions of how our language needs further qualifications, and she expanded on this very nicely in her 10 minutes. Adele points out that we use terms such as Jews and Judaism as if we understand what they mean. She writes, "The terminological discussion is helpful in that it requires scholars to examine their own usage and presuppositions, and it often prompts a closer look at textual and material evidence. With respect to these terms, however, the arguments that critique the usual deployment of Jews and Judaism should not lead us to discard these terms so much as to be more precise as to what we mean when we use them." I couldn't agree more. Her comments offer an important caution for Christian teachers of the New Testament. Some of our language is vague, and listening to all of you today, I can see how we're trying to clarify this language, but the main teaching that I think Adele reminds us is that we Christian scholars can overgeneralize the term Jews and Judaism in antiquity. As has already been raised in the first session, I wondered how much the impact of the events of 70 CE in Jerusalem impacts on our conversation of the meaning of Judaism. I noticed in Gabriel's article that he extends the Second Temple period to the Bar Kokhba revolt. This would include the entire New Testament in the Second Temple period. I am not sufficiently competent to argue for the date of the end of the Second Temple period, but I think we need to acknowledge that the year 70 had a major impact on New Testament writings. Finally, I would like to conclude with a remark about my predecessor here at the Biblical Institute, Roger Le Déaut. In the late 1950s, Le Déaut was already working on the Jewish background to the New Testament in his dissertation, La Nuit Pascale, was published in 1963, before the promulgation of important documents from the Second Vatican Council. Roger Le Déaut taught me and 2 generations of Catholic biblical scholars that Jesus was a Jew. The idea was not entirely new for me, but it was certainly new for the students coming from over 90 countries that heard this issue for the first time. Thus, reading the New Testament within Judaism, despite all the concerns raised here so far, is yet another window into the meaning of these texts. But my concern remains, and my passion is how this discussion that we are having today can move from the university to the seminary, to future preachers, and to Christians in the pew. This remains a crucial task. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Craig, also for providing this perspective from the point of view of the church, for the implications also for Jewish-Christian debates. Debate. I agree with Magnus that our work, to a certain extent, should not be directly affected by theological concerns, but we have to be aware of the implications that our work has, in particular of the positive implications that our work can have. And certainly you express some very important insights on this regard. Now, Deborah, is your turn. Thank you for contributing.
Thank you so much for having me, Gabriele. The New Testament, piggybacking on our last talk, is sacred canonical scripture for Christians today. Every Lord's Day, that is to say, every Sunday, or in some Christian traditions, every Saturday, when Christians gather to worship their resurrected Lord, passages from the New Testament, oftentimes coupled with passages from the Pentateuch or the Psalms or the prophets, are read, studied, pondered, explicated, and proclaimed. It is from the New Testament that most contemporary Christians learn about the figure of Jesus, about his birth, life, death, and resurrection. And it is also through the study of these texts that many Christians come to believe in him. However, it is equally true that certain passages from this Christian canon have been weaponized and deployed against Jews throughout history. And here I'm piggybacking on Matt Thiessen's descriptions in his talk about diachronic readings of the text. The famous blood cry found in Matthew 27, in which the Jews ostensibly cry out that Jesus' blood, and I quote, "be on us and our children," is one example, as is Luke's portrayal of the synagogue as a locus of violence. The Gospel of John's references to the Jews, the Iudaioi, however, in my estimation, have become the most damning of all. Throughout the history of interpretation of this Gospel, the phrase, repeated some 70 times, transforms a first-century intra-communal debate between Jesus and his fellow Jewish teachers into a damnation of Jews as a whole. And here I'm thinking in particular of the ways that John 8:44 has been weaponized and deployed against Jews throughout the centuries, in particular the ways in which the Johannine Jesus ostensibly states, and I quote, "the Jews are the children of the devil." Once this gospel became canonized as sacred Christian scripture, its phrase, "the Jews," has been used to justify violence against Jews for centuries as revenge for their alleged responsibility for Jesus' death. Considering these tensions, what are the implications of the within Judaism perspective in academic circles for the study of the New Testament, or maybe broadly for the church? And what are the implications of the study of the New Testament for the within Judaism perspective? For starters, for me at least, the within Judaism perspective acknowledges a historical reality that in our contemporary context, or that throughout the history of interpretation of texts that became later canonized into Christian sacred scripture, was easy to forget. In the 1st century CE, and even into the early 2nd century CE, when many of the 27 distinct documents that are now housed within the New Testament were first written, there was not yet a Christianity as such. The first historical evidence that we have for the Greek word Christian doesn't emerge until the end of the 1st century CE in the book of Acts, chapter 11, when it's employed to describe followers of Jesus in the context of the Roman Syrian city of Antioch. Likewise, the first attested use of the Greek word for Christianity does not occur until the early 2nd century CE in the writings of Ignatius. Here, Ignatius, as several other scholars have already pointed out, coins the term Christianity in opposition to a Judaismos. In his reading, Judaismos meant Judaizing, or Judeanness, or Jewishness. Accordingly, most of the authors and texts that are now housed within the New Testament emerged prior to the official rise of Christianity as a distinctive religious tradition. Second, The Within Judaism perspective invites us, I hope, to think beyond the boundaries of contemporary collections and canons and more about the individual texts and authors that comprise them. I too, like AJ and Adele, who presented on this earlier, am troubled by thinking about the entirety of the New Testament within a Judaism. And I feel much more comfortable thinking about individual texts, individual authors, and their relationship perhaps between first century Jewishness. Do they fit or do they not fit within first century Jewishness? In this sort of perspective, for instance, we can compare whether or not a text like the Gospel of John is similar to other late first century CE Jewish texts like 2 Baruch or 4 Ezra. We can compare the eschatological visions of the end of time presence in the War Scroll to how the Gospel of John or how Paul depicts the end of time. This synchronic approach is possible because around the turn of the Common Era, the categories of the New Testament and the Apocrypha and the Pseudepigrapha and the Dead Sea Scrolls and even the Septuagint did not yet exist as such. Narrowing our approach to particular texts also allows us to get more specific about what it means to read a particular text within Judaism, or better yet, in my own work, I'm increasingly using the term within first century Jewishness. By way of example, if we narrow our focus to a text like the Gospel of John, we note that nowhere in John's Gospel does the word Christian or Christianity emerge. But the Johannine Evangelist does describe various characters, including Jesus himself as an Iudaios. Moreover, he fully embeds the Johannine Jesus within the Judaism of his day, within first century Jewishness. The Jesus of John celebrates the Jewish Passover. He teaches in Jewish synagogues. He travels to the Jewish city of Jerusalem. He teaches in the Jewish temple. And the gospel clearly depicts him as a Jewish Messiah and the King of the Jews, even if it does not describe his followers as Iudaioi. Now, to be sure, the Johannine Evangelist also levels some of his harshest critiques against the Iudaioi. And ultimately, following Adele Reinhardt's work, I do think that this harsh rhetoric plays a formative role in the separation of the Jesus movement from its broader Jewish world. Yet what I want to emphasize this afternoon is that from a purely chronological perspective, at the time of the final composition of a text like the Gospel of John, towards the end of the first century CE, we do not yet have a concept of a Christianity as a separate religion, or even as a separate religious movement from a first century Jewishness. Instead, at the end of the first century CE, the belief in Jesus as the Messiah of the Jews still finds its place within the broader diversity of the ancient Jewish world. It was not until the 4th century CE that the texts and traditions that now comprise the New Testament officially became a part of the Christian canon. At the time of their composition and early circulation, they found their place within the Jewish world. This chronological discrepancy indicates that at the end of the 1st century CE, groups of Jesus-following Jews, even those that increasingly included non-Jews in their mix, continued to function within a Jewish matrix. Consequently, in my own scholarship, I read first century texts like John's Gospel and the Apostle Paul's writings, like similarly dated Jewish works, like those found in Philo or Josephus or 4 Ezra or 2 Baruch as Jewish literature. And I also look at them within the broader contours of the ancient Mediterranean world. Doing so does not excuse the horrific ways that some of the texts that are now housed within the New Testament have been weaponized and deployed against Jews in the history of interpretation of these texts. It does, however, take seriously the specific chronological moment in which this literature was first written, a time before the formal separation between what has later become known as the religions of Judaism and Christianity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah, for these very clear insights about the location of New Testament text within the ancient Jewish world. And now Pierluigi, we called you not only because you are a friend of the Enoch Seminar, a distinguished scholar, but also because of being expression also the French word that we want to see engage in this conversation.
Yes, thank you very much, Gabriele, and thank you very much to all of you. It's really a wonderful thing to listen to you and to participate into this conversation because, as you said, I've been working now since 7 years ago, 8 years ago. During the last years, I've been working mainly in French-speaking world. And in French-speaking world, we don't have the privilege to discuss too much with many colleagues with similar orientation and ideas, these very important topics and approaches. So yes, from time to time, I feel a little in isolation. For the past years, I've been teaching. I realize now that mainly my teaching, my seminars all of them were according to the perspective that we could call within Judaism. The historical Jesus first, the historical Paul after that, and now the last 2 years, the Gospel of Mark and the Gospel of Matthew. One of my, as an outsider, actually, coming from a different cultural world, one of my first perplexities was about the novelty of the within Judaism approach. To me, it was not really so new, but it's true, as you say in your paper, that this approach has almost always been rejected by the large majority of Western theologians. And in my opinion, it took a major tragical abomination, horrible historical event, the Shoah, the Holocaust, to shake century-old academic conformism, not to say anti-Judaism, not to say anti-Semitism. And it was also in the years following the carnage of the Second World War, the horrifying carnage of the Second World War, that a series of major archaeological discoveries, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nag Hammadi codexes, reinforced the idea at that time, an idea that was quite revolutionary, that the first Christian generation had been much more Jewish than was previously thought. Forgive me for repeating the history to all of you, but in my opinion, it's necessary. Among the first scholars who immediately realized the importance of this discovery for the study of a more Jewish origins of Christianity, let's start with my French historian, an epigraphist, André Dupont-Sommer, because he was the teacher of my own teacher, Christer Stendhal, of course, and we could also mention, I believe, the British archaeologist John Marco Allegro, not only for the fun of remembering John Marco Allegro, but also because, as you know, some of his publications had a certain impact on popular culture, so a strong impact. Many researchers were soon interested in possible parallels between the ministry of Jesus and that of the teacher of righteousness, the presumed founder of the Qumran community, if any, his messianic status, his teachings, his passion. But as you already mentioned, and many of you have already said, it was not until the publication of Jesus and Judaism of E.P. Sanders in 1985, and I would add the publication of the unpublished fragments from Qumran Cave 4 in the 90s, that such an approach, Jesus and Judaism, or Jesus later within Judaism, was revived, often in reaction to the alternative approach of the Jesus Seminar. However, it was the research on Paul that benefited the most from the new discoveries, thanks to Christer Stendhal, then E.P. Sanders again, followed by James Dunn, N.T. Wright, and many others. According to this new perspective, as you know, Paul never turned his back on his Israelite heritage to adhere or even to give birth to another religion, but was above all a radical Jewish monotheism. And I'm especially sensitive to this understanding of Paul because 2 years ago in France, in French-speaking world, was published a major monography on Paul by a great specialist. And in that monography, it was not the new perspective, but the author came back to the Paul, not within, not and, but against Judaism. So the new Christian Paul, the new converted Paul against his evil, so to speak, Jewish past. It was amazing. It was a major shock to me. So the new perspective on Paul approach has become increasingly radicalized, as you mentioned, culminating today in today's Paul within Judaism perspective, espoused by Pamela Eisenbaum, Paula Fredriksen, Mark Nenos, yourself, and many others. Be that as it may, the within Judaism perspective comes straight out of the studies of the historical Jesus and Paul. So in the end, it's not a so new perspective. And not to mention the fact that actually a few scholars, a few historians already anticipated the main themes of this new perspective. I would mention the late Paolo Sacchi, who just disappeared a few months ago, our teacher, to Gabriele and myself, or even my colleague and friend here in Paris, Simon Claude Mimouni. They had already adopted many attitudes of this new perspective on the within Judaism perspective, let's say 20, 30 years ago, or even more. So it's not a coincidence that Gabriele, in his paper, not in his paper, but in his book, Middle Judaism, has observed some 34 years ago that, I quote, not only Jesus, but the entire early Christian movement as a variety of Second Temple Judaism and New Testament as a collection of Jewish texts. And I could mention your quotation from pages 20 to 21, when you ask why should we discuss or we should separate and make in opposition Judaism, a Jewish text, against a Christian text. After all, nobody, I quote you, nobody would ever ask if a certain document is Pharisaic or Jewish, Essene or Jewish. Rather, if this document is Pharisaic or apocalyptic, Essene or Sadducean. Why should we not do the same when speaking of early Christianity? So you wrote it as a forerunner in a certain way some 34 years ago. The real novelty of the within Judaism perspective is that from now on, all the historical phenomena of early Christianity and the text of the New Testament are systematically considered to be, by default, to be located within Judaism, but within, I would say, pre-rabbinic Judaism, within Second Temple Judaism, between the two Jewish wars, Judaism, to you to qualify as you prefer. And concerning the category, the construction, the ideological and political construction of the New Testament, it's our task, I believe, to deconstruct historically, to separate and to deconstruct what the Christian theologian had done starting from the end of the 2nd century of our era. I totally agree with Adele, with Amy Jill Levine, with some of you. I fear that we are at risk of globalizing a certain too homogeneous perspective, but in the end, I agree with also Isaac, for example, that this perspective is really a stimulating and historically perfectly justified one. So I have some doubts about some text, of course. I have some doubts about the Gospel of Mark. I have some little details that I'm not convinced about the perfectly Jewish nature of the Gospel of Mark, but that's my problem, that's my own perspective. But honestly, globally, I would say that as an heuristic category, this within Judaism category approach is a very helpful one. So Isaac, his work on Luke, on the Acts of Apostles, is very convincing. In any case, as an historian of Second Temple Judaism and early Christianity, I cannot but agree with these within Judaism premises. It's almost an evidence to me. And I would end quoting Anders Runesson, in the first chapters of the book Within Judaism on page 23, when he tries to define the different approaches, the different tasks of the historian in opposition to the theologians. And let me quote you, Anders, I quote you, enter the historian, this countercultural iconoclast. And that's a very good definition of professional historians. This countercultural iconoclast who insist on liberating the dead from the colonizing strategies of religious communities, appropriating and recreating this text in their own image, turning Paul and Matthew, Mark and John into Catholic, Lutheran, Reformed, Evangelical, or Orthodox Christians. Regardless of any methodological caveats, as historians reading ancient texts, our aim is to affix meanings, eventually, to specific time period through contextualization. That's a key point. To remove the text from whatever relevance they may have today and seek their identity as the historical other, with a capital O, the one no longer among us, but whose thoughts and practices are interesting to us. And concerning the task of the theologians is a secondary one, apparently. And I quote you, there is necessarily a gap that needs attention between the goal and methodology of what the historian does and what the religious person perceives. Bridging the gap is the multifactorial task of the theologian, who again works with different decolonizing tools and expansive materials. I don't understand too much very well what these expansive materials are, but I agree, I totally agree with you. And finally, just to give you a final gift and to make your life and our life more miserable or more problematic, I would say that from what I see in the most recent publication, there is a next step. So the story is not going to stop immediately with the early Christianity within Judaism, but there is a next step, perhaps a few centuries after. I dare to imagine one day some colleagues, not myself, but true specialists, who would dare to publish a book about Islam within Judaism. Thank you very much.
Gabriele, could you unmute, please?
Thank you so much, Pierluigi, and thank you to all the panelists. I think this has been an equally very, very rich and substantial session. As you have noticed, this section is the longest because we had more panelists, okay? So we have plenty of time, we have some time at least for discussion. And as we did in the first session, I will invite the panelists to interact with the other panelists and to express their reaction to what they have heard from the other panelists. And I also would like to invite the panelists of the previous session, in particular Paula, Karin, Magnus, John, Anders, and Katie, to join us if they like, expressing their reactions, their comments about what they heard in this second session. It's very, very important that we establish sort of connection, of interaction between these two panels. So please, Paula, Karin, Magnus, John, Anders, and Katie, feel free to raise your hand and to be involved in the discussion. We would really like to know what your reaction is from what you have heard in the second panel. We had also some comments in the chat, and at the proper time we will go back to them whenever, Joshua, you think that is useful to introduce some of the comments in the conversation, please do it. And again, to the people that were part of this panel, please, if you want to add some comments or react to what was said by the other panelists. So let's start this conversation. I see Paula already. Paula, can you? Okay. Paula, please. Yes.
I thank everybody for these very rich papers. I wanted to go back to AJ and Adele's papers because of the AJ, for you with you in particular, I agree entirely about it's the ethnicity that is the, I think, controlling matrix for the conversation, and not religious doctrine or religion as we keep using it. And I think that does add a welcome note of clarity to the whole discussion. Adele, I really appreciate your not wanting to globalize this approach and subsume everything in it, because if it means all things to everyone, then it's going to be hard to have it mean anything to anyone. So thank you for that. It was invigorating to hear a different voice on the issue.
Thank you. Philip, like to contribute?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to say some words which really align myself with what Professors Levine and Reinhardt's have already said, although from a slightly different direction. If we assume, as I think a lot of us do, that the ancient Judaioi were an ethnic group, among whom adherence to the law of Moses formed but one of a larger ensemble of features constituting their identity, which included critically belief in physical descent from an ancestor, Abraham, and strong attachment to an ancestral homeland. And if various scholars, including Steve Mason, Brent Nombury, Colin Barton, and Daniel Barton, are correct in thinking that the category of religion is anachronistic in relation to the first century Mediterranean, well then, colleagues, I have to say that the notion of Judaism, which, like any word ending in ism, I think a point's already been made, cannot denote an ethnic group and must refer to a religion involving beliefs and practices, is a category error in relation to the first century data. And if so, notions of being within Judaism as applied to New Testament texts may actually be a serious impediment to their historical investigation. And what could I suggest that the position is even worse if it is correct to view Christ movement identity as non-ethnic, as indicated by some of its meetings, at least involving table fellowship between Judaioi and members of other ethnic groups, and by its not featuring descent from a physical ancestor and attachment to an ancestral homeland, and as thus having an identity as asymmetrical to Judean ethnic identity. So if you put all that together, I'm worried that this approach is built on a failure to dig into and acknowledge the social realities that are relevant to the issue. And if so, is it sort of the bright hope for the future, or will it ultimately prove to be, sorry, but a dead end? That's me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Does anybody wants to react to what came out from these questions, and also from Joshua? You want to give us some ideas about the questions in the chat as well?
Yes, again, there were several questions and comments that came about over several presentations. I saw two central themes. One of them was a question about the language, the ethnic language we use to describe individuals. Are God-fearers Jews? Are they Christians? What are they exactly? And how do those terms work in our scholarly discourse? The other question that came out was a question about Jewish eschatology within early Christianity. how does the tension get resolved for an individual to claim that the eschaton has come or has been inaugurated in some way with the coming of Jesus, and yet that individual claims to be a part of Judaism or a part of Christianity or some kind of in-between space. So I see those two tensions coming out in many of the questions in the chats about the language we use for the individuals within these groups, and this question about eschatology in particular.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will invite also people that are attending our conference. If you have a question, our public question, or want to be part in the conversation as we did in the first panel. And again, to those who are panelists in the first session, if you want to respond to some of the comments that were made. Adele.
Yeah, I just want to engage with Philip's question, which I've thought about quite a bit, especially several years ago when I was on a panel, an SBL panel on Daniel Boyarin's book, Judaism, where he made exactly this point that we can't really use the term, and we shouldn't use the term for century or Second Temple period or whatever we want to call it. And as I said in my paper, I've been convinced by this famous article by Jonathan Z. Smith, Religion, Religious, whatever the order of those terms is, about the term religion as a second order term. So it's not, even though we can acknowledge that it's not a term that ancient people used of themselves or of anything that they did, but we use it as a scholarly term in order to talk about certain things. So it's a second order term without claiming that it was authentic to the period that we're talking about. And I see Judaism in the same way, that it simply allows us, using the term allows us to talk about certain things that we group, going back to categories that we group because we appreciate certain similarities among them. So I would say that we can continue and that it's valuable, even though I'm not comfortable with the within Judaism as this globalizing thing. But I think that we can ask the questions using this terminology, keeping in mind that it's our terminology. It's not terminology that's native to the people or the period.
Adele, may I say something directly to you? I mean, I understand your concerns. I mean, I am very sympathetic. At the end, however, there is a matter of, no scholarly category is perfect, okay? So, obviously. And within Judaism, however, is effective because it's short, okay? It's short. He, let's say, provokes some thoughts, okay? And of course, the useful of a heuristic category is on the kind of debate that generates. And in this case, I think that the category within Judaism has been very useful to raise a lot of questions, to create a lot of discussions. And in particular, as Craig also said, from the point of view of Christian scholars in particular, to say that a work, a text in the New Testament should be read within Judaism evokes the idea that this text should not be read outside of Judaism, so or against Judaism. So is a provocation to say, okay, look, remember that these texts were born within Judaism. I agree that the label within Judaism has a lot of problem, but nobody will make a lot of comments or objection if I will say that the Dead Sea Scrolls should be read within Judaism. So if the Dead Sea Scrolls should be read within Judaism, I don't see why the New Testament text should not be read within Judaism, or Philo works should be read within Judaism. Of course, within Judaism depends a lot, and I want also to react to what Philip said, depends a lot what we mean by Judaism or by within Judaism. Because as we said, also said in the first panel, this is a short form for a much more complicated discourse about the Jewish world, the Jewish culture, the Jewish ethnicity, first century Judaism, etc. So I don't know, usually I think that this label is much more useful than talking about Christianity against Judaism or Christianity and Judaism. I don't want to go back to the time where we were publishing this introduction to Second Temple Judaism that included everything except Jesus and his movement. The idea that Jesus was Jewish, the idea of the Jewishness of Jesus, the idea of the Jewishness of his movement, I think is extremely provocative and useful idea. And of course, we are looking at a time where this label will no longer necessary, and we will invent other more precise label. But in this moment, I think that this is useful and can generate some useful discussions as the ones that we are having today.
Could I just briefly reply to that? Yeah. I completely agree that no terminology is perfect. But if you have a term that submerges significant distinctions, well, then that's not a great term. So I actually quite like Adele's earlier idea of going back to a different framework to talking about the whole situation. If we were to talk about the literary, religious, perhaps outputs of first century Judeans vis-a-vis those of adherents of to the Christ movement, I see no problem with that. And I don't know why you need to have this superstructure expression which blurs distinctions when you can get by quite nicely without it.
What would be a better term?
Well, why do you need to have an overarching term? Why not talk about the data in more closely emic terms?
I know, but sometimes in scholarship, as in politics, as in everything, we need slogans. We need terms, phrases that suggest, provokes new approaches, provoke a fresh approach to all material. And I repeat, I'm not married with a within Judaism label. Okay, I'm married also only with my wife, but I see it as a very useful label because of the kind of thoughts it generates. I think that in this term, in this sense, Isaac and Deborah and Matthew, for instance, have said very, very interesting things based on their own experience of reading the New Testament. These have generated important thoughts, new ways of looking at the same material. And this is much better than continues to read Christianity against Judaism or to read Christianity and Judaism, like talking of Judaism as a whole and then comparing to Christianity, or to write these introductions to New Testament Judaism that included everything but not Jesus, except Jesus and his movement. Then, of course, we all agree, and also in the first panel we said that within Judaism needs a lot of clarifications, and it's important, this conversation, because this is an opportunity to clarify what we mean or we do not mean by this term. AJ.
Yeah, just a quick question as to where the overarching or globalization of this term can go a little wonky. And this is addressed to Isaac's comment. If I heard you correctly, your view is a text in the New Testament should be identified as Jewish or within Judaism unless it is proven not. It seems to me, and here I'm coming from historical Jesus studies, that the burden of proof is on whoever wants to make the argument. So if I want to claim that the epistle to Titus is Jewish, I have to make an argument for that. And I simply cannot come in and presuppose that whoever wrote Titus was, a circumcised guy who went to Cheder. Let the burden of proof be where it is. If you want to argue that Luke is a Jew, make the argument. And I think you made a pretty good one. But don't presuppose that that's the starting point. Because looking at New Testament documents is not quite the same thing as looking at the historical Jesus, where there is no question, or even looking at the authentic Pauline letters, where there's no question because Paul self-identifies. But when we come to something like the Gospels, I think we need to have an argument rather than simply a presupposition. So to go back to my language of heuristic, which Pam Eisenbaum just picked up in the chat, it's our perspective, a sympathetic reading within what we know about Second Temple Judaism, or that broader Jewish context, which becomes helpful rather than labeling the text itself.
Thank you very much. I think we are now going to the substance of the discussion. We have many people now. We want to talk. Anders, Katie, and then Isaac. Anders.
This is very, very interesting. I just want to add, I saw also Adele wrote in the chat that to posit a priori, of course, I would agree with that. But the point that Magnus made before in the last session, I think the very exercise of changing the burden of proof creates something, it does something. And that's what Gabriella has said before, I think in a previous conference at some point. It is what it does, it's not so much what it is. And that removes us a little bit from this anxiety around exact definitions. And we can actually play with ideas. And I think that is what really moves us, or might move us forward. I wanted to add a question, more like a question. Could we, there is this, and some of you might have worked on this. I have not worked on it, but I've read it, and I think it might be interesting to do some more work on how this functions in Eusebius when he Christianizes the Therapeutai. Like he takes them and makes them Christian. And it's kind of a long, extended argument, which he feels he has to do to prove that these are in fact Christians. Like the dynamic when he does that, I find that interesting. And if we could see how Christians in that period work with New Testament texts discursively, to adapt them to and include them in their own world, I think that might be an interesting exercise. So how it's within Judaism on the one hand, but if we change it and look at the mechanisms, that might tell us something. How do the Therapeutai become within Christianity might actually tell us something about how New Testament texts becomes within Christianity. And then in turn, that might enlighten us with regard to going beyond that back in time. Just a thought.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you all for your contribution. It triggers further thoughts in my head and elsewhere. One thing is what Adele already wrote in the chat. I think I try not to forget, okay, there is this still very prevalent, as Pierluigi also said, this very prevalent perception in Christian circles to see a dichotomy between New Testament texts and Jewish in whichever way we want to define it. So it is not self-evident what we are doing here. Whether we agree on this text or that text is within or without Judaism. For me, it's a heuristic tool to see things I did not learn in my theological training. It helps me to see things differently, to assume I can see things differently. Yes, we have to explore and improve. Is Titus really, can that be explained or not? I agree with you, AJ. But one thing is this heuristic innovation or surprise element. You know, like you say, okay, if the Theopute are Christian, that is maybe a surprise element. Well, in what way? So this is the other way around for me, trained in traditional Christian theology. So it opened doors to see things differently. And that has to do with the opposition I was taught between normative Christian theology and whatever is labeled Jewish. So I think that task is ongoing. That is in whichever way we define boundaries and so on. And the other aspect, and this has to do with what Deborah and in particular Craig said. Yes, these texts are everyday texts for millions of people who hear them from pulpits, who study them. And I would like to contribute to open eyes. Maybe you don't have to see yourself in opposition to somebody else. You're different, but not in opposition. And that has to do with what John Collins raised. Yeah, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have no Gentiles included in the community. I think there is something we need to take seriously. Oh, these Christ followers, because they thought, whatever, the end is near or something like that, like a conveyor belt said something at the airport when you stand there and then it warns you, now you have to be alert, lift your case or so. They thought something would happen immediately, so they didn't think in our terms. But they thought these Gentiles thought of themselves, we are now part of this big thing that is going to happen. So we need to consider this. This is different from other Jewish texts, but as Gabriele keeps to emphasize again and again, this difference, does that make it non-Jewish? Well, maybe it's something, a variation that is really not thought about in the long term. I'm sure Paul didn't think in the long term what the implications were. He didn't think in 2,000 years term. So we need to think about that, not the texts that we transmit. So anyway, I'll stop now, but I think the task has only just really begun and we need to refine it as we go along. Thanks for all.
Yeah, I think that this, that both you and Anders has helped us to understand better what this term does for how resonate, especially in relation to traditional Christian scholarship. Isaac.
Yeah, thank you. I want to respond to AJ's comments, and I think I agree with what you said. I don't want to come across as dogmatic with my little phrase, Luke is proven, Jewish, Gentile, Jewish till proven Gentile, whatever. Until I think it's reactionary, what I stated there. And maybe an example will be helpful here. Were it not for this experimental kind of reading, and I just want to underline that again and say it's a tentative a priori to begin looking at all too familiar texts as Jewish texts, I wouldn't, for example, at least in my reading of Luke Acts, have considered that Jesus is weeping over the temple should be read as a mourning over the destruction of the temple, along with other post-70 Jewish texts, such as Second Baruch, such as Fourth Ezra, such as Josephus, by the way, also does express mourning for the temple. And we do have subsequently in Tannaitic literature and beyond mournings for the temple. I wouldn't have considered that had I not first said, why don't I look at this text as a Jewish text? Or it would have at least reduced the probability of me reaching that conclusion or entertaining that interpretation. And I might have actually read it quite the opposite way, as it has been read, for example, by some fine scholars whose scholarship I deeply appreciate, and I owe a lot to it, where they come to the opposite conclusion. Jesus is shedding tears of pity over over Jerusalem, much like a triumphant Roman conqueror like Titus or the like, and go to other very different sources, non-Jewish sources, which we can do. I don't want to create a dichotomy that is opposed to one another, Greco-Roman sources against Jewish sources. But it's by starting with a different, I guess, set of assumptions that I can go into this text and reach results. If they prove promising, if they prove convincing, all the better. But that might not always be the case. And I just want to actually second here what Adela has said. I don't want to impose in a totalitarian way, totalitizing way, this within Judaism upon all texts, be they canonical texts or non-canonical Christian texts. It might work for some New Testament works. It might not work for other New Testament works. It might work for some non-canonical texts, such as I'm thinking here, for example, Proto-Evangelium of James. I think there might be something very promising to approach that text as a thought experiment again, as a Jewish text. It's very centered on the temple. It's got a lot of interesting things going on there that overlap with the infancy narrative of Luke. But again, it might not work with another non-canonical text, such as Acts of Paul and Thecla, which I already mentioned earlier. And so, I could say more things, but I know we're short on time. I want to give others the opportunity to chime in.
Michael.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you for all the papers here. This was very stimulating. Amy, Jill mentioned the book that I co-wrote, Paul, a New Covenant Jew. And I just wanted to respond to that. She, I think, rightly pointed out that there's a danger to overqualify what kind of Jew Paul is. And, we can end up with something like marginalizing Paul so that he's really not that Jewish. And we want to guard against that temptation. I just wanted to respond that what we were trying to do was find a Jewish way of discerning in more precise terms what kind of Jew Paul is. And, I've learned a lot since I've written that book and changed my mind on some things. But I do think that, Pamela once critiqued me in a paper because I mentioned Paul was a Jew. And she said, I don't think we need to make this point anymore. The real question is, what kind of Jew is Paul? And to that end, I've really learned a lot from Paula's work on Paul as a Pharisee. I think it might be really helpful for us to think through how Paul is shaped by the Pharisaic tradition. And also, it's really interesting to see, for example, in the book of Acts, that we don't read about Sadducees, for example, joining the Jesus movement. So I want to affirm the danger of qualifying Paul's Judaism to death, but I also think it's important to continue to ask the question, what kind of Jew are these authors in the New Testament if we're going to say that they're Jewish in some way? So maybe we can discuss that a little bit more. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our comments, our reactions. I simply okay. I think we all agree on the fact that the phrase within Judaism should not be taken in a sort of totalitarian way. Okay, for me, for instance, it's a simple reminder of the fact that Christianity did not yet exist as an autonomous and independent religion from Judaism. Then but only after the time in which the texts in the New Testament were composed. And on the other hand, that Christianity was born as a Jewish messianic and apocalyptic movement. So if it's true, I don't see any other way to define the literature of early Christianity as Christian literature, as Jewish literature. Of course, this is a movement that is different from the movement of the Dead Sea Scroll, that is different from the movement of Hellenistic Jews. It's true that we don't have Gentiles in Qumran, but it's also true that we have Gentiles among Hellenistic Jews. So each movement is different. But because Christianity did not yet exist as a separate religion, this should be considered within Judaism, or at least the label within Judaism is a reminder of this situation in which Christianity, early Jesus movement, should be seen within this kind of framework. Just one final question. We talk a lot of time about Judaismos. I don't know that Judaismos correspond exactly what we now call Judaism, because for us Judaism is the religion of Israel. I suspect that Judaismos in antiquity meant something different, especially, I don't know, for the Gospel of John, a distinction between Israel and Judaism. So not necessarily somebody that is against the Judaism is outside of Israel. I don't know. I mean, this is yet another problem that we should discuss. I see that somebody else is in line, Joshua. Who is next? We asked for
Karen's at her home.
Karen, okay. Karen, then I see also Adele. Adele would like to see something.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the question of ethnicity. I agree, I'm sorry, that this is an important aspect, but I also don't think we should overemphasize it. I think we should consider the possibility that a non-Jew schooled in Jewish tradition in a Jewish context could write a text that we would think of as Jewish, while a Jew could if a Jew writes a text that has nothing to do with Judaism, just because that person is a Jew doesn't necessarily make that text Jewish. This Jewish person might not know anything about Jewish tradition. So I think we should keep that in mind also and be open to the possibility that a non-Jew could write a text within Judaism.
Thank you. I see Mark. Adele would like to say something, but I see also Mark. Mark Nanos probably first. Hi, Mark.
Am I talking or is Mark talking?
Okay, Mark. Hi, Mark. We mentioned you a lot of times, and we are very happy that you are with us again.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be listening in. This has been a wonderful conversation, and thanks to so many interesting thoughts and the level of argument. Gabrielle, I want to come in kind of supporting you and make sort of a comment about this use of within Judaism, which you, like myself, notice many problems about and enjoy these conversations. And if we could use a full paragraph every time we talked about what we wanted to talk about, we would qualify it in all these kinds of ways. But this, to me, and I think for you, as you've expressed it, this is a kind of rhetoric. The studies that we do, we're not doing them without any history, a couple thousand years of history of conversation, and all these books that we have behind ourselves. If we pull any of them down that are discussing Paul in the case of what I've studied, they're full of the use of Judaism and Jews and religion and so on. And there's a discourse. That's not just words, but it's the way people have thought about the study of Paul. And when I was doing work in the 90s and the aughts on Romans and Galatians, and in fact with my friend and supervisor Philip Essler, we discussed these things, and I was not using within Judaism yet. Kind of coined the phrase with Magnus for the SBL sessions after our 2010 meeting. And I had written some articles about Paul and Judaism, why not Paul's Judaism? And we were collecting the essays to do the volume that came out as Paul Within Judaism. But what we were working with is, what are we going to call what we do? And there was a rhetoric at the time, the new perspective on Paul. And there were some who were already calling what we did the radical new perspective, or beyond the new perspective, or something like this. But what we wanted to do was something different, something that the subheading tried to get at, returning the first century to Paul, or returning Paul to the first century. And that's different than the New Perspective Project, which was really a revision of the traditional sort of approaches. And so this occurred to us as a rhetoric, as a way of saying something into a discourse about Paul that's ongoing. And it's not just academics. Of course, as some of you have helpfully mentioned, it's a world, Christianity is 1 billion people who talk about Judaism as the other in a negative way. And so this seemed like a rhetoric that could put it on the table as a provocative, as a challenge to self-identification, in which, by the way, with Philip Esler, I studied social identity theory. And this was a way of kind of challenging Christians to re-identify how they thought about themselves in a historical sense. So while there's lots of great arguments that you've made, and many of which I would make as well or agree with, or not be sure what I think about whether we should use Judaism or within and so on, the proof is that it is working. It is provocative. It does help us think. We didn't need it. I was already doing this kind of work without the phrase, and many of you were probably too. But it is helpful now, and it gives us something short and sweet that we can work with, and it will see its death. There will be a better way to do this in time, but right now, it seems to be very useful. So that's where I would come in. I really support Gabrielle for all the weaknesses that are in this or any other nomenclature that we choose to use. Thank you.
Adele, now I don't know that you have to leave. Adele, yes, Adele, I know that you have to leave. So if you want to give it to say last word.
Yeah, I was just going to write it in the chat. Yeah, I'm in the, we're in the middle of our first week. Yeah, just a small point. I don't want to get caught up in Gospel of John stuff. Paul Anderson and I have diametrically opposed views on Judaism and the Gospel of John that we've discussed many times amicably, and will continue to do so. Well, it's a question as to whether Israel equals Judaios in the Gospel of John or not. I think it doesn't. I think Israel has been co-opted as a name for this new thing, children of God, this thing that John is defining. I just wanted to say that although we find it hard to define Judaism or what we might kind of group under that for the ancient world, it's just as hard today. So, if you're living within the Jewish world, you or adjacent to it or aware of it, you will know this. And so the difficulties remain: ethnicity, peoplehood. My first year of university, I took an introduction to Judaism. I came from a very secular background, so I didn't know very much about religious Judaism for sure. And we spent the whole first hour trying to figure out, how we would define Judaism, and then decided that it was just a people, which doesn't really help very much. So we need to keep that in mind, when we're projecting back. Our idea of what Judaism is might depend on our own perceptions and experiences, but it isn't one single thing today either, just as it wasn't then. So we just need to keep that in mind. And with that, enjoy the rest of the afternoon. See you all anon.
Thank you. We are at the end. Laura, could we present your point of view in the next session? Will be with us? Yeah, because now we need really to end the meeting and have a break for lunch or dinner or whatever is appropriate according to our time. again, we had a very, very, very very rich and substantial convergence. I think we also reached some interesting points of clarification about what we really mean about using this term, and in particular what this term does when you use it. So thank you to all those who have, to all the panelists that have contributed so well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Amy, thank Adele, Paul, Matthew, Isaac, Craig, Deborah, and Pierluigi for your wonderful remarks. Thanks for all people that have contributed and participated in this discussion. And in 1 hour and 5 minutes, we'll gather again for our third and last session that will be a continuation of the discussions that we had in the first 2 sessions. Thank you so much.